Had on the show not that long ago.
That sucks. Bruce Davidson, character actor. We had him on a while back. He was in the original X-Men movie. He played Senator Kelly. And he's been in loads of stuff. He's a guy that you go, that dude, yes, he's awesome.
He's an Oscar nominee, too, for Longtime Companion.
And he was a super nice guy.
Yeah.
He was delighted that we had him on the program. So happy birthday, man. All right, we'll go through some stories. I got some intense, interesting things to pass along to you and some lighter stuff as well. But on Tuesday, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Office released a statement confirming that the human remains found by hikers on Mount Baldy over the weekend have been identified as the missing actor Julian Sands. They had to make sure 100%, and they did.
It's so sad.
The Room with the View actor went missing in January while hiking in the area. And
you repeated a quote of his, Preston, where he said he never felt as alive as he did. Well, look, hiking was clearly something he enjoyed. He enjoyed the solitude. He enjoyed that. So hopefully, towards the last parts or moments of his life, he was able to connect to that a bit.
Yeah. The identification process for the body located on Mount Baldy on June 24th, 2023 has been completed and was positively identified. This is the statement. As 65-year-old Julian Sands of North Hollywood. The manner of death is still under investigation pending further results. So they don't know if he had if he fell and had an accident or he had some kind of a medical episode. We don't know
Possible,
yet. Sands' decades-long acting career included roles in films such as Warlock, Arachnophobia, Ocean's 13, The Phantom of the Opera. What was the one that we loved? Oxford Blues.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving Las Vegas, The Killing Fields. He also appeared on television shows such as Stargate SG-1, Ghost Whisperer, Person of Interest, 24, Smallville, and Crossbones. His family released a statement last week just celebrating his life since they knew he was gone. So that's sad news. This is really weird. Rosie O'Donnell took to TikTok recently to comment on the case of the Menendez brothers. They're the subject of a new Peacock documentary, so that's why she's commenting on this. But it's called Menendez and Menudo, Boys Betrayed. O'Donnell said that she believes that both Eric and Lyle Menendez are, quote, innocent in the 1989 murder of their parents, Jose and Mary Louise. She said in 1996, Lyle sent me a letter, basically said, I know you know, and I hope that we could connect. And, he was right. She said, I did know that they were innocent. I did know that those were boys who had been incested because they were supposedly molested.
They were molested. Supposedly, that was their court case. They were molested by the dad, and it overwhelmed them so much that they plotted to kill him.
Yep. O'Donnell.
And this has been done before. These documentaries on them have been done a number
for
of
a
times.
long time, and they've revisited this case a number of times.
O'Donnell said in the video, she later explained in a follow-up video that Lyle was compassionate, understanding, sensitive, and intuitive, and could see that she, too, had been sexually abused by her father. Not for anything, but I remember back when that Menendez case took place, there was a record executive that knew, had dealt with Eric Menendez before and told me that the guy was just a bastard, was just
That's what I heard, yeah.
It was just nasty. So, I don't know what that means in this case. I have no idea. But she said, she later added, it's time. I believe them. They were horribly abused by their parents. They did the unthinkable, which had been done to them day after day after day, and they paid the price for that. The former talk show host added, free the Menendez brothers in the caption of the video. So, I'm not sure if this is out yet, the documentary.
I'm going to watch it.
Peacock.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story.
All right, much lighter stuff.
Please.
Days after John Hamm married Anna Osceola in a star-studded celebration in California, an old interview he did with Playboy resurfaced in which he reportedly expressed disinterest in marriage. He said, my parents got divorced when I was 2 and never remarried, so it doesn't mean anything to me. He reportedly told the outlet in 2012, I don't mean to say that it shouldn't mean things to other people. I'm not judging in one way or another. It's just my experience. However, his views have clearly changed since then. The Mad Men actor appeared on Tuesday's episode of the Table for Two with Bruce Bozzi podcast and said, marriage is the thing that leads to the next thing of life. And that's what I hope. And it's the journey, and it's exciting.
Well, Clooney said the same sort of stuff, and look what happened there.
Yeah, found the right
At a certain
person.
point, you want someone in your life.
Yeah. He added, ideally, it gives you and your partner a sense of stability and comfort and an identifying capacity that is better, deeper, richer than it's my girlfriend or it's my boyfriend or my boyfriend or what have you. So he's very happy. All right, this is really cool. A gentleman by the name of David Corenswet
Yes.
Born in Philadelphia, attended Bryn Mawr Shipley School. He will be donning the famous red cape as Superman.
Wow.
In the new DC Studios film, Superman Legacy.
You know, and I think you are as well, a Henry Cavill guy. I love Christopher Reeve, and I love James Gunn. And I think looking at this guy and looking at the things he's been in, he's going to be a solid Superman.
The film launches the first chapter called Chapter 1 Gods and Monsters of a new multi-platform DC universe, heralded by DC Studios CEO and co-chairs Peter Safran and James Gunn, who is the writer and director of the film.
You know, I think of the clips that I saw of him, Preston, I wasn't all that familiar. I think why he got this, besides obviously he has the chiseled good looks, but I think he can play the Clark Kent side very effectively.
All right. Corn Sweat, by the way, cut his teeth as a child actor in Arden Theater Company's 2002 production of All My Sons, and appeared in several productions by Walnut Street Theater Company and People's Light and Theater Company. He was also a part of Macbeth, staged during the 2003 Philadelphia Shakespeare Festival. The Superman casting decision comes after months of auditions and in-person tests, somewhere Corn Sweat had to appear in full costume. And the marvelous Mrs. Maisel star Rachel Brosnahan is going to be playing co-lead Lois Lane.
I think that's a great choice, too.
I agree.
She's got the right amount of sass.
She's sassy.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
She's attractive.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think they'll pair nicely. So I'm looking forward to this. Every time these things are announced, I know there's a whole bunch of blowback from people, and I get it. I'm a fan of people who preceded them. But look at it. If they do a great job, the more the merrier.
The production is yet to finalize Lex Luthor, so we're going to find out down the road who that'll be. Yeah, Case?
I'm just learning about this guy. I didn't realize he was from Philadelphia, but yeah, I mean, his maternal grandfather was Edward Packard. The creator of the Choose Your Own Adventure books.
No,
that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got to get him on. We'll shame him into coming on because he's from Philadelphia.
Yeah, he went to Penn for a little while, and then he was while a freshman at Penn, got into the Juilliard School, and then so this guy's learned.
He's 29. There's a good chance he grew up listening to the Preston.
He most likely did.
Yeah.
He probably tackled me for tickets at some point in his life.
Some point.
If he's smart, even if he didn't, he'll lie and say he did.
Well, let's extol the virtues of the People's Light and Theater, because it's a great place and a really cool proving grounds for somebody like this. And so maybe if we talk about how great the People's Light and Theater is, they will put us in touch with
Nick, I was just there for a charity event, and it's a glorious facility.
with David. Yeah, it's a really nice spot.
By the way, Superman Legacy, according to Safran, is not an origin story. He said it focuses on Superman balancing his Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing. And he added that Superman's human alter ego, Clark Kent, a journalist at the Daily Planet, where he works with Lois Lane, will be a big part, obviously. And it'll be the first major role for Corn Sweat, who has previously appeared as Jack Costello on the Netflix series Hollywood, the 2022 A24 slasher film Pearl, and the TV series House of Cards. He'll be starring in an upcoming romantic musical called The Greatest Hits, and the Apple TV Plus series Lady in the Lake, which also stars Natalie Portman. So his star is on the rise.
Yes.
Superman Legacy is scheduled for a summer release in 2025. So
there's one issue I have with the casting in this. Lana Lane is being played by Norma Stitz.
Oh,
and I think
no.
That's weird.
I think that's weird.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm going to mention this story, and I want a follow-up because this has not been fully verified, but it's interesting. Shelley Miscavige, David Miscavige's wife, has not been seen in public. So David Miscavige, for those who don't know, is the head of Scientology. Has not been seen in public since 2007, when officers with the Los Angeles Police Department allegedly connected with her following Leah Remini's missing persons filing in 2013. Her fingerprints reportedly did not match what's in the DMV system, according to Radar Online. Yes. The bombshell reported by journalist Yashar Ali after 6 years of investigating. And according to his findings, not only did Shelley's prints allegedly not match what was already on record, but he accused the LAPD of working with the Church of Scientology to cover it up. Remini has, of course, called out the police department several times, claiming that she was never given an answer when she followed up about what happened to her missing persons report that she filed after leaving the religious group nearly a decade ago.
If anyone could commission a duplicate android, it would be him.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
He would have the wherewithal to make an exact duplicate of the wife.
So the LAPD, Lieutenant Andre Dawson spoke about the officers meeting with Shelley in the past, claiming that she declined to release a public statement. When Dawson was asked if the meeting allegedly happened with Scientology officials present, he allegedly responded, "That's classified."
I am doing fine.
Radar Online has now learned the LAPD's meeting with David Miscavige's wife happened at a coffee shop in West Covina, which is outside of the department's jurisdiction. After that, she was accompanied by Jeffrey Riffer, who has a link to Scientology since he's handled her husband's legal issues. And the journalist reported that Shelley's fingerprints were taken to the meeting and did not conclusively match what the DMV.
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand. Yeah.
And they said that during the lunch, Preston, she took an entire Subway hoagie and put it all into her mouth.
In one shot?
In one shot.
Like in Coneheads.
Only someone who can unhinge their lower jaw
could do that.
And that's like a lizard person or a robot.
Exactly.
So
the
anyhow,
only two things that eat that way.
we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
See if there's any follow-up.
Should that be one of Should that be one of our investigative reports? We're looking for something to investigate.
I like that.
Let's get on it.
Talking about that yesterday.
Does that mean, are we going to do work on it or
No,
Okay.
that we will not do.
All right.
We'll just talk about it.
Okay.
But if we happen to by chance come across information that, then we'll relay it.
We'll take credit for that.
I mean, we've got things to do.
I got you.
Subcontract.
On Monday's episode of Watch What Happens Live, Jennifer Lawrence addressed the rumors that she had an affair with Liam Hemsworth while he was in a relationship with Miley Cyrus.
They were married.
By the way, I can't get enough of the Miley Cyrus clip of her with the incredibly low
It's great.
vocal fry, and then people are adding on. like there's a gazillion of them.
It's amazing.
There's tons of it. Really about
Do we have the one with the dog?
Wait.
Journey is about it. It's all about. But
Is that a new clip? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
drawing
newer
blank
clip.
On this.
there are loads of them. Like I've seen one after another after another. In fact, the funniest one I saw recently, it takes a clip from Beck in from Loser, or no. What's that? Two turntables and a microphone.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that Loser?
No. It's two turntables on a
Yeah,
microphone.
that's the song. But that part where it's the voices sounds like a robot.
Yes.
I got two turntables and a microphone.
That's Miley before.
I love these Star Wars clips that connect with that one.
I haven't seen that
Oh,
yet.
it's great. Yeah.
Is it
I gotta
this
see
one?
Hang on here.
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
Oh my God.
Usually the getting there,
Oh my
It's
God.
so bad.
the journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh my God.
So fans of the singer have theorized that the Flowers music video that Cyrus released on Hemsworth's 33rd birthday in January was about an affair between the two stars, between him and Jennifer Lawrence.
Whoa.
So Andy Cohen had asked her. There was already a lot of talk that the music video was referencing a secret fling that you had with Liam Hemsworth while he was with Miley Cyrus. Lawrence responded saying, "Not true, total rumor." She said, "I mean, we all know me and Liam kissed one time. It was years after they had broken up."
I swear to God, if you're sleeping with her, I'll kill you.
In the video, she had...
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
In the video, Cyrus wears a gold dress that resembles one that Jennifer wore to the 2012 Los
Looking to
Angeles
see these secret little clues.
premiere of the Hunger Games. And so...
And she's in this picture, she's manually stimulating him, Preston.
I didn't even see that. So Lawrence added, so I just assumed that was like a coincidence. So,
Nope, no
Coincidence.
coincidence there.
On to another singer. Is a Pink concert an appropriate place to bring your late mother's ashes? Well, while the Grammy winner was performing her hit Just Like a Pill during one of her recent shows in Hyde Park in London, a fan tossed a clear plastic bag of a powdered substance on stage, and it turned out to be her dead mother's ashes. According to a video of the moment, Pink received the bag, picked it up, and holding it only by the corner said, "Is this your mom?"
Yeah.
And then she says, I don't know how to feel about this.
She was a little taken aback.
And put it back down.
I think
So,
we've all thrown pieces of our dead relatives up on stage at some point.
Pink
For
is
me, it was a Gordon Lightfoot concert. I threw the arm of my uncle.
Oh, my God. You're in his entire arm?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's probably a bad idea.
Pink is currently in the midst of her Summer Carnival 2023 tour, by the way. All right, this was big news yesterday. It's official. Ryan Seacrest has been chosen as the next host of Wheel of Fortune following Pat Sajak's retirement.
No, I kind of feel like, Case, you were the one that said that, right? When they first announced that Pat was retiring. Like, we don't need more Ryan Seacrest.
We don't.
When I saw this yesterday, I kind of thought that.
Seacrest confirmed the news via Instagram on Tuesday. He said, "I'm truly humbled to be stepping into the footsteps of the legendary Pat Sajak. I can say, along with the rest of America, that it's been a privilege and pure joy to watch Pat and Vanna on our television screens for an unprecedented 40 years."
This was all planned out, though. Like him leaving Kelly, live with Kelly, and this, it was.
This is not happenstance.
Right.
But you know what? He is a solid host.
Good.
Actually, he was good friends with Merv Griffin, who created Wheel of Fortune. I think Merv Griffin gave him his first job, which was hosting a game show.
I'll tell you what, though, I don't know that I love the pair between him and Vanna.
Oh, really?
I want Vanna to stay.
I know, I do too, but I'll be interested to see how that goes. I think that
Do you think that he's going to make her look too old?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Probably.
She looks great, though.
She does look great. I just hope that it doesn't make it look awkward.
Right, I hear you. So he said, "I love the way that he's talking to Pat. I love the way you've always celebrated the contestants and made viewers feel at home. Viewers at home feel at ease. I look forward to learning everything I can from you during this transition." So, this could be it. He could ride out the rest of his life.
God, it's such a plum gig.
It's so easy.
And by the way,
if you have the right personality, it's easy.
You shoot a season's worth of episodes in a couple days?
Well, no, they do 5 shows in 2 days.
Yeah, and then they'll do that. They'll do that for a series of months, and then they'll be done.
They do 2 weeks worth of shows in 2 days. So Jeopardy tapes 2 days. I think it's Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Wheel tapes on Thursday and Friday. Same lot, and they actually use the same technicians from one set to the next.
Crazy. So 2 weeks worth of shows in 2 days. Wow.
Just a quick side note, one of the interesting things I think about being a 5-time Jeopardy champion is that you have to win 5 shows in a row and often have to do that all in 1 day or 2 days.
Wow.
So it's a real difficult thing to do, and that's intense pressure in a really short amount of time.
Yep.
If you could host one game show, which game show would you want to host?
Oh, Wheel of Fortune.
Price is Right?
No, Wheel of Fortune.
I think,
so easy.
I think the lightest lifting is probably Wheel of Fortune. But you know what? Pat Sajak is as smooth as can be. He's great.
Yep.
Do you have information, though, about Vanna asking for more money?
Nope.
Oh, no.
What do you know?
So, I just heard that I guess she supposedly hasn't had a raise in 18 years. I mean, obviously she makes a nice chunk of change, but she was not making anywhere near what he was making, obviously, and that she's asking for a raise. So I wonder if this is sort of like, she's going to ask for the stars, and if she doesn't get it, then maybe she retires too.
Yeah, that might be the case. All right, and then one more thing. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's deal with Spotify has come to a close. Their relationship with Netflix is ongoing. A spokesperson for the streaming platform told People in a statement, "We value our partnership with Archwell Productions. Harry and Meghan was Netflix's biggest documentary debut ever, and we will continue to work together on a number of projects, including the upcoming documentary series Heart of Invictus."
They should produce the next season of Tiger King.
Okay, well, Heart of Invictus follows veteran athletes as they prepare for Prince Harry's Invictus Games, which took place in the Hague, or the Hague?
Yeah.
I think you said the Hague, in the Netherlands, in April. Sorry, go ahead.
Hague.
In April of 2022. I just heard it very faintly in the background.
Hague.
Hague. All right, clips.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
It's that time of the day.
The new documentary, Rock Hudson, All That Heaven Allowed, tells the life story of the Hollywood icon and his importance to the early AIDS crisis. Here, director Stephen Kijak talks about why he feels the story is so worth telling. Here we go.
Trying to tell more stories about gay people and our history, and what better way to do it than with one of the biggest movie stars of his time.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Rock Hudson, All That Heaven Allowed is streaming today on Max. Here's the next clip. Netflix's fantasy drama The Witcher is back for its 3rd season. This will be the final season to feature Henry Cavill in the lead role, who will be replaced in season 4 by Liam Hemsworth. When asked what she thought about the high-profile switch, co-star Mayanna Buring had this to say.
I think, people leave jobs for various reasons and new people come over and take on the role. And I think it will work out beautifully. It so often does. It's like how many Batmans have we had? How many Spider-Mans? And how wonderful. It just gives an audience a new chance to sort of dive into the pond of another kind of reenactment of the character. And I think it's great. It'll be fab.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Season 3 of The Witcher starts streaming tomorrow on Netflix. And there you go, the entertainment report for today. All right, we have a secret text where we're giving away tickets to see Dave Matthews Band, Saturday, July 22nd. Man, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Text the word secret to 39333 because we would love for you to win at some point during the program. We have an announcement coming up today about an event that is on the way. I don't want to give anything up too early. So around Bizarre File time, we are going to reveal what that is. And John DeBella is going to be on our show today.
Our buddy.
He is wrapping up his career on Friday. So
he says he finally wants his opportunity to curse at Kathy.
That's going to happen finally.
No.
But we'll spend some time with John later on this morning. Let's take a quick break, and we'll return in just a second. Hang out because we won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3. How about all of that? So, yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a very incredible motion picture experience.
Wow. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the films.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see it. Think of a Nomad Land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
they don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an octopus. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Reed, granddaughter.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. formerly owned by Prince, has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and then the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and I've his version along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
you would not, you would have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So I would love to
Elevator
go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which, according to reports, were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
when
like.
Doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No.
They're related.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted
He was
up.
doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead. That
you see that guy?
I did.
He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the non-bro.
What's the Gnan?
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come
it.
on.
It's Gnan, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the, it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize
Can I
that.
do a quick shout out?
Yes.
I got an email. This is from Lily Moss. And she says, hopefully you guys are doing awesome. I want to give a shout out to my mom, Lynn. She introduced me to you guys when I was in elementary school. She said 10 out of 10, great parenting. Now I'm 21 and I listen to you guys on the daily. She even got me a shout out for my 13th birthday in September 2014.
It's awesome.
But she says, unfortunately, my mom passed away a year ago due to colon cancer. And I was wondering if you could give her a juicy shout out and get your colonoscopies. They save lives and rock on. I wanted to drive that message home. She says, love from Mullica Hill, New Jersey, Lily. So if we could do a shout out, that would be great. And a great reminder from her to you to get your colonoscopy.
By the way, there is an article that says the colon cancer is affecting people in much younger age groups these days. So if you have a history of it in your family, you might want to just get it looked at.
And they've lowered the age range to start looking for that, too. So, yeah. So outside of that, an interesting story that Steve forwarded to me. TJ Maxx.
Oh,
the store.
Casey's a Maxinista.
Casey's jam.
Yeah. I mean, I'm literally wearing, at any given time, I'm wearing something I got at TJ Maxx.
All right, then I'm going to ask a very specific question to Kathy. Do you ever shop there?
Oh, yeah, I go there. Yeah, sure.
Then I will ask you, too.
Okay.
Fashionistas, or Maxinistas, are going viral on TikTok after sharing that the discount store has what they're calling a laxative effect to it. While searching through the racks of the best deals possible, people feel the need to run to the restroom, and apparently it's more common than you think.
Okay.
Do you feel a sort of laxative-like effect when you shop at TJ Maxx?
So here's the thing. It's okay. I'm not saying I'm running to the bathroom to crap myself. Okay. Let's just
crap yourself
me
like
get
you're in the
out
aisle.
my
Right.
comment. There's a sensation, like a feeling, and I don't just get it at TJ Maxx, but where you're like almost there's like anxiety, like either you're like
fight or flight.
Yeah, like almost. And for me, it's not like I'm rushing. It's just this like I don't know, this like anxiety feeling when you're shot. And I don't
I'm
even know.
totally gonna ask my pants.
No, I don't know if anxiety is the right word.
Excitement?
But there's like there's excitement. There's I'm
Orgasmic arousal.
No, I'm not like putting it. I'm not. I feel like I'm not describing.
I think-
What is it about good sex that makes me have to crap?
But like a little excitement, a little anxiety, and and it almost makes you. I again, not running to the bathroom, but it almost just gives me that like butterflies in my stomach.
I want to see if
shopping.
anybody listening can concur with this. All right, 215-263-WMMR. I've told you guys before, and it doesn't happen anymore, and it's too bad because actually I kind of liked it, is when I would be going to a concert and I would start pulling into the parking lot.
Yeah.
The butterflies, the excitement, and the need to take a dump would always happen every single time because I was
hear
just of what's going to happen.
I hear ya.
What's about to occur? What
excitement.
can be? When I would just get so excited.
Do you think that's a fight or flight? If the instinct kicking, it just not that it's directly correlates to that, but
Something
that
like
excitement,
that.
that not in your environment, that you're on high now, so you're everything's amplified. I wonder if that has part
I will
of it.
say, like at places like TJ Maxx, it's either hit or miss, and so I think that the feeling comes when you're hitting, when you're finding stuff. You're like, oh, this is a good day. Like they've got good stuff here today. Because there's times you go in there and it's crap and you leave with nothing.
Right, and you don't have to crap. If you
You don't have to crap. They should leave some sort of bucket around just in case.
But it was to me it was always the excitement of this event is about to take place, and I'm giddy, and I just for whatever reason I think maybe instinctually, Steve, you want to drop everything. You want to evacuate your body. So maybe during the event you won't have to do that. You know what I mean? You want to dump it all so that you can focus on the task at hand, which is enjoying this excursion.
I see that. I see it can be that primitive a response. Or in the case of you, Kathy, what's your average shopping time at a TJ Maxx?
Well, that's it depends
Are
on.
you in there like where naturally you would have to take a dump because you're in there?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. But I mean, like, sometimes you're in a rush and you have time limit, and other times you can kind of browse.
All right.
Yeah. So,
but TJ Maxx is a store where you have to leave time to browse. It's not like you don't
you're
walk in
hunting.
and
Well, the stuff's all over the floor, so that's how you have to go shopping.
No, I know what you're talking about because a lot of those racks are just like disorganized.
Piled in,
and
yeah.
You just got to dig until you find what you're looking for. So it's like a treasure hunt.
It's what it is.
Yeah, without a map.
It's just jammed in there.
All right, 215-263 WMMR, the number. We are going to go to some calls. I will go to Steve. Hi, Steve. You are on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Now we want to hear what you have to say. You have something similar to this.
Absolutely. Every time my daughter and I, she's now 20, as soon as we walk into a Marshall's or a TJ Maxx and start shopping, she and I both have to head to the bathroom.
No kidding.
Every single time.
Wait, what is it though? Are you excited? Like, what is it?
I mean, I think it's excited about, finding something cool. I mean, you see everybody
I think he's right.
This is crap worthy.
Yeah, absolutely. I just to hear you guys talk about it is crazy because my daughter and I laugh every single time.
Have you ever mentioned it to anyone, or is this just between the two of you?
No, this is just between. Actually, I think my wife may know.
Okay.
It is weird, right? It is weird how that happens.
Now we all know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
It's not a secret anymore, Steve.
So
Thanks, bud.
I wonder what bathrooms would you? Do they have bathrooms at TJ Maxx?
Yeah.
My TJ Maxx is in the basement though.
Oh, okay.
The bathroom?
Yeah.
You know where it happens all the time is bookstores. When people go to like a Barnes & Noble or whatever,
Right.
Because I think they associate reading and relaxing on the toilet.
Exactly. I could see that.
I worked at Barnes & Noble, and people would come in all the time and take stuff off the shelves and go poop.
With it, take it into the bathroom?
Absolutely.
Ooh, I don't
Okay,
like that.
let me offer you up another explanation to that because I'm still on this excitement thing. When you walk into like a bookstore, and I don't go to bookstores often, but when I do walk in, I'm like, I think all of this information, all of this knowledge is here, and all you have to do is reach out and get it, and it's kind of exciting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now I want to poop. And if you need extra toilet paper, the pages in the book will work.
I'm not a fan about taking a book or something into the bathroom before you've purchased it. I think,
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah.
But many other people
I know.
Let me go to, I have Adam. Adam, good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken
pie.
Very soulfully done, Adam. What's up, man?
So I go to auctions on Mondays a lot, and I know it's a little different, but every time that I go there and I start bidding on stuff, it gets my adrenaline going, it gets my heart pumping, and then especially like if I win something, I'm like, oh, there it is.
There it is.
There's my friend.
All right, I have. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. Okay, he just made me realize something. For a brief time when I was Mr. Devereaux.
Yes, the gambler.
I was going to the casinos.
Yeah.
When I would come in, I would have to poop before.
Oh my God.
Because I was excited.
Yeah.
And that's Kathy, and that's anxiety / excitement. Because I could lose everything.
Yeah.
But I could also win a whole lot.
Yeah.
In fact, Kathy, you used gambling terminology to. Sometimes you hit. Right? That's a gambler.
Yeah, totally.
Talk about, sometimes I hit at TJ Maxx.
Yep.
That's my gambling.
I will go next to Catherine. Hi there, Catherine.
Hi, Preston. How are you?
Awesome. What's up, Kat?
Okay, so it's exactly like Kathy said. Like, I've left my keys behind. The girls at Macy's are like, these are yours again. So, yeah, I love it. Except no laxative effect. Only at Home Depot. Probably because I spend so much there.
Dude, you're not the only one.
Home Depot.
Steve, a lot of texts from people saying that when they go to the hardware stores, when they go to Home Depot, same exact sensations.
What? I can't believe this is a thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I do.
I'm like platinum member in 3 states.
Platinum member?
So
In
you
3
have
states.
You get the executive washroom.
You got elevated status.
Wow.
You know what?
Catherine, it says here you get a twirling feeling. What does that mean?
Well, you just like twirling around. You're like, I love this rack. I love this rack.
Oh my God.
Where are my keys?
You've lost your keys. You're crapping. You're twirling.
She's right.
It's like being at a dead show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh my
Home
God,
Depot,
that's funny.
man.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it.
And I think, too, like the excitement of, because it's not like a normal store where everything is set up and you can go to that table and get that in blue or pink or whatever. It's like
you have to go around.
It's the search. It's like, oh my God, I hope I find something.
I will say that Home Depot and Lowe's have the best public restrooms. Without a doubt, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're the cleanest, and they got great
Not
soap.
mine.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really?
They have
Not
great
yours?
soap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't really gauged the soap thing. Maybe let me.
I do love a good bathroom in a department store or any store.
I used to get this way as well when I would go to a music store, and walk into the drum section and all that stuff. But now you get crappy customer service, so I don't really like that.
You don't
anymore.
like that.
But
it binds you up.
But I used to get really excited, and all the stuff, all the things that I love are there.
So why does that manifest in having the crap
and moving your bowels?
Yeah,
but it does. I think Steve in some
primitive
evolutionary way. That fight or flight thing is part of this sensation.
Do you think that when Neanderthals walked into a music store, do you think they had to crap?
Of course. Yeah, they're human. They're Neanderthals, but they're human.
Well, Steve, you referenced fight or flight, right? And you said somebody texted in and said that's from that response in your amygdala, your brain can't differentiate between danger and anxiety excitement, so it sometimes assumes that it's danger and prepares to fight or run. It stops digestion. That's not important if you're safe, and if you either want to puke or poop, what was being digested. So it is. It's like a cranial reference.
Is that wild?
All right, I got Rob who's on the line next. Yo, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
So yeah, the same exact thing. It's not always like always shopping. It's not grocery shopping or
right.
It's only when I buy stuff for myself, which is very rare. So I'm always buying for my daughter or my girlfriend or whatever. So when I go out shopping for myself, and I agree with the last person, I'm a carpenter, so when I go into Home Depot, it's like I get all giddy. I call it the anxiety poop, and it'll come out of nowhere. There's times where I'm running to the bathroom.
Wow. So, Rob, it will actually. So, we're talking in general. People kind of. I think I have to take a dump. You're saying it'll actually have a real sort of laxative effect on you, and you'll have to sprint to the bathroom.
Urgency.
Absolutely.
Wow. I love it,
interesting.
though.
All right,
And
thanks, man.
To that point, Nick, about that, yeah, the brain is, and I've heard that before, has difficulty distinguishing between those two differences, whether it's something joyous or you're escaping a predator
Yeah,
or whatever.
our brains have not evolved that much over the last 10,000 years. They've evolved some, but all of those reactions are still contained within.
All right. We will go next to Dot. Hi, Dot. Morning.
Good morning to you.
Hey, what's happening, Dot?
Hi. Yes, like I have the opposite effect when I'm nervous, when I have to go, like I was a juror. As soon as I get in there, I have to run to the bathroom. And I had to go to court with my sister. She was fighting for custody. And I mean, it's just like everything I have to go.
I can see that.
When you say you're a juror, like you're a grand juror, you're brought in regularly? Okay.
Yeah. I was picked for a jury, and I was like, well, even for the process when you're going through that, I'm like sitting there, hurry up.
Wow.
Isn't it weird though in these cases, Dot, and just in general, that if you know you're going to do it, why you wouldn't have that come over you? It's only when you get there.
And it's when I get there and I'm sitting there, and then I'm and then sometimes like when I'm in there and I'm just listening to things, it just gets me so my stomach just goes.
All right.
Interesting.
Thank you.
And I'm a sorority sister, so
Thank you for being a member.
I hope we make you poop as well.
Yeah.
Zeta Eta Pi, baby. All right. Thank you, Dot. We'll see you soon. Here's a text says, I always got to poop when I go to Home Depot and the casino. I'm a plumber. Sometimes when I sell a big job, I got to poop. And that's why I keep Home Depot buckets and trash bags in my van. It's from the excitement, he says.
That's hilarious.
All right. Let's go. Hang on here. Jason's been on hold for a little while. I'll go to him. Hi, Jason. Morning, bud.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
All right. So I have a little bit of. Let me start with I'm grateful that I'm not the only one that this happens.
That's what we're doing. We're opening up doors for people
So
here.
I don't have to poop when I go places. I actually have like the opposite. I have to pee. I'm like one of those little excited dogs that like pee everywhere.
Jason, that's me. You just so I'm on that side. Whenever I arrive at a place, I have to pee when I get there. It's almost guaranteed. So
it's ridiculous because, like, I'll go pee somewhere, leave, go to the store or something. I literally have to pee when I get to the store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I can't control it.
But
I
you
don't
know what?
What's wrong with me?
You bring up the dog thing. Yes. Like, maybe there is something to this because, sometimes when I go to, like, my brother's house or whatever, like, the dog is so excited to see me that she just pees all over the place.
Yeah, my sister used to be able to get our neighbor's dog to pee all the time. Would just come over and come here, little sweetie, and the dog would pee.
That works on me too.
Like every time. Thank you,
And I
Jason.
think the word that Kathy was looking for was overstimulated.
Overstimulated.
Yeah.
That's it. I think that's it. All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Let's see. I will go. All right. Let me go to Beth. Different kind of a situation here. Hi, Beth. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Beth?
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome. All right. What did you want to share with us about this topic?
Well, I actually had a question. I'm wondering if people get that excited when they order stuff like online, like through Amazon.
Yeah.
If you get that rush as well.
Is there a difference between physically being somewhere or finding what you're looking for online and placing that order?
I'm
Interesting.
going to bet that it's not the case. I mean, you can get sort of euphoric because we have talked about that retail therapy and that shopping online can do that. But I would bet that it's the change of location that gets the old pooper kicking in.
Well, I know that I find myself ordering online when I'm in the bathroom.
Oh, how convenient.
There you go. You're ready.
That's the best of all worlds right there.
Absolutely.
But Beth, you never know. There may be some people who will actually agree with you on that and have a similar thing. So we'll check on that and see if anybody calls in. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So
Adorable voice he does.
The other thing with, when that guy brought up the dog is that my dogs will, when I take them to the groomer or the vet, I make sure that I let them out first and they do all their business and they poop and all that. But every time, without fail, despite me letting them out and having them go to the bathroom before we go there, they always poop inside those places.
Well, yeah.
Nervous.
Yeah, that's what happens. Again,
Nervous energy.
that's pure fight or flight. That's the same thing. They don't want to be there, I guarantee you. They're not primping for the salon.
Right. Let's see. God, there's different scenarios here.
Yeah.
I will go to, let's go to Joe. Joe, good morning, sir.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, so I get this feeling, not when I'm shopping, but when I go to get a tattoo.
When you go to get a tattoo.
All right. Have you had a bunch of them?
Yes, I've had a bunch of them, and every time I pull up to the parking lot, I get the bubbling feeling in my gut.
So it's upon arrival, because one could say, well, are you there so long that you eventually have to poop?
Right,
but you're saying that you haven't even walked in the door and you're feeling it.
No, I haven't even walked in the door, and my gut is driving me crazy.
Ready to move. I'm telling you.
Funny how primitive it is.
Driving
Yeah.
up to a concert, same thing would happen. Thank you, Joe. By the way, it may seem like an odd phenomenon, but there is a theory behind this madness. It's known as the Mariko Aoki phenomenon. And while it claims, Nick, that people have the urge to poop when entering a bookstore, it can apply to other locations as well. So its origins are in bookstores, like you were saying.
That's crazy.
According to the hypothesis, the smell of books in a bookstore may trigger a bowel movement.
So
it is a nice smell.
It is a nice smell.
Makes me want to crap.
What about like Home Depot, the smell of wood and/or
I don't know if somebody texted in. It was the smell of lumber every time that they walked in. And it's text after text. Lowe's, Home Depot, Kathy. Some people are saying Target. Something about big box stores is making people have to feel this way.
It's like all the at least for me, it's like all the stuff like Target. It's not just clothing.
Overstimulation.
Yeah, right.
Steve.
It's the home section. It's the clothing section. It's the shoe section.
Yeah.
Would you ever get that way when you went into, say, like the Apple store or to a computer section of like a Best Buy or something like that? Would you get a little rumble?
I get that, but again, mine manifests as peeing.
Right.
So I don't get the pooping thing. But yes, that general. Again, I don't know if it's disorientation or as you say, overstimulation, but it's like, that's not, you're not doing that because obviously they call the police on you if you're standing.
Right.
But
I would be
but
nervous.
inside, that's how kind of you feel, you know?
The Apple Store doesn't have a bathroom, does it?
Not that I
yes,
will
they
have.
do.
Right?
They do.
I go next door and pee in Spencer's.
No, they do. I used it one time, but like the Apple Store, you can't even tell where the damn doors are in that place. They're kind of like,
here to urinate or
yes,
defecate?
it's really weird. I want to go. Hang on a second here. Yeah, let me go to Jesus. He's got an interesting story. Hey, Jesus. Good morning.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up, bud? You're on the air.
I thought I was listening to you on the MMR app.
You might be.
Well, you might be.
You may very well be. I don't know, but you are now live, sir.
I don't even own a radio.
Hey, y'all sound so real.
What's
We are real.
What's up, man?
Yeah, anytime I go to IKEA, it's not me, it's my wife. And my
IKEA?
son. Yes.
Okay.
They always have to use the restroom, and I'm going to blame it on the Swedish meatballs.
Swedish meatballs will tear you apart, but they're
lingonberries
awesome.
move right through you. All right, so it's your wife and your son, and whenever they go to IKEA, they have to go there. And now it also says on my phone screen here that Burlington, is that Burlington Coat Factory?
Burlington also. I don't know what it is about those two stores.
It's the overstimulation.
It's the overstimulation.
It could be. It's the one at the Franklin Mills Malls.
Okay,
all right. Burlington Coat Factories are cool too. I think they're good.
How are the bathrooms there?
Yes. The bathrooms at both of them is very great.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
GameStop gets me excited.
GameStop,
Okay.
GameStop, I could see. Yeah.
I'm like a big grown kid.
Yeah.
As soon as I got to use the bathroom, when I go home, I felt like I have to use the bathroom all day.
It really wrecks you, does it? But GameStops don't have bathrooms.
Right.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
You're not.
You would know.
All right.
You want to buy one of their shirts and act like I'm an employee to use their bathroom.
All right, Jesus, thanks for checking in, man. We'll see you
No
later.
problem.
All
Take
right.
it easy.
I think, sometimes I think I may have felt that way at, believe it or not, Staples. And I think it has to do with the, you know how I said the bookstore has that smell?
Yes.
Staples has a certain scent to it that I like.
Paper.
I like all that.
Stationery.
All of that works for me.
Yeah.
Does that happen to you, though, if you were to go in and smell, if you go into a steakhouse and smell all that?
No.
Right?
That does not make. Now that's a wonderful scent, but I've never smelled really great food and felt that I need to go to the bathroom.
So you've been excited about going to a restaurant. Does your brain then kick in a separation? In other words, does it? Even though you're probably feeling a similar level of excitement, is it saying these two don't connect?
Probably.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably because what Nick was saying, that stimuli in that part of your brain is it can't tell the difference. Well, but maybe hunger and
don't poop or eat.
Well, maybe that, but maybe that overrides the excitement / anxiety thing, and therefore, because we're talking about primal instinct, then maybe that is a comforting scent in that this is going to be nurturing.
Right,
this is what my body needs. So I don't know. We'll go to Josh next. Hey, Josh. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Josh?
So first, Steve, I just have to say I can't listen to Brain Stew without doing the
We haven't done that in a while.
Hey, next time I do it, it's for you. All right.
Thank you. But so I get the Home Depot, all the hardware stores, but I get it when I'm nervous, and it would always happen. I was a swimmer, and every time standing behind the block is when I would get it.
No kidding.
Okay, that makes sense.
It immediately goes away as soon as you hit the water. But doing something big like that, it's like an immediate feeling like I'm going to poop. If this doesn't happen right away, it's going to happen.
Josh, did you, after learning this, would you then try to evacuate beforehand, and did it make a difference?
No, it doesn't. It's right before.
Okay.
Standing up there at the block, it's like, oh, it just hit me.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you would just anticipate that, take a dump right before your event.
competition. Yeah.
And but then it probably still would happen anyway.
It's interesting with that. You have the stress of that. Okay, you're going to compete. You're seconds away from doing it. When I would get up, say years when I was doing stand-up comedy or whatever, or going on stage for anything, I would not get that. That would shut down. And I don't know why it would work the opposite way with me. Yeah. Your mind is distracted maybe, but I can see that.
Thanks,
and that
Josh.
probably goes right again to fight or flight.
I will go to... By the way. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to do this real quick. Hang on. Are you ready for that, Steve? I don't know.
We got to get to the real part.
Yep.
Yeah.
Drums kick in right here. No, they don't.
All right, we got to follow through now. Yeah, it has to be perfect.
I turned it off. I'm so sorry. I hit the button by accident. I'm so sorry. Forget about it. There you go.
Damn
There
it.
you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Let's just play that as our next song.
Nicole's been on. I've had her on since that song started. Hi, Nicole. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So this isn't for me, but for my husband.
Mm-hmm.
He gets so excited whenever he has to golf. He calls it a PGD, a pre-golf dump.
Oh, all right.
He was wondering if Preston also has to take PGDs.
You know what? I do get very excited right beforehand, and I get a little kind of lightheaded, to be honest. But I don't. The poop thing doesn't happen to me
Do
anymore.
you have OCDs, encore stumps?
No. Well,
Yeah.
that happens sometimes. I keep a little toilet paper in my toilet paper. Hell yes.
Wow.
Just in case, man. Nicole, I think that used to happen. It doesn't occur any longer, but tell your husband he's not alone because I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, him and all of his friends take their PGDs.
I'm sure. All right,
I love
thanks,
that.
Nicole. Appreciate it. All right, well, apparently this started with TJ Maxx, and in particular, these people posting on TikTok and also sharing together. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, it happens to me. But I think it's more than just that. I think it's a lot of places.
Yeah.
Anything that you are legitimately excited about or maybe have a little bit of anxiety about, at that moment, or you're rolling up to it or in the middle of it, that you want to evacuate, you want to release.
It's interesting.
Hang on a sec. This final text says, I always have to poop when I go to Staples, but I always thought it was the office supplies or toners that was doing it. I don't know. Maybe.
It could be.
But very interesting. Thank you for sharing and discuss at work. Talk to your friends about this. Find out. You may have something in common with somebody you never knew about. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. But don't forget, secret text word, tickets to see Dave Matthews Band, July 22nd, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Make sure you text word secret to 39333. We also have an announcement when we get back. So you want to hear this, stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WSR.
Right. Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout.
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There are a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh, man.
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh, no, the poor guy.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise, yard work, or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the Snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and this is I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it.
Do you
for
remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right,
is?
a snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, wait for. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Yep. Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was certainly like a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So
what I call my chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hole, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hole, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bedbugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen. Yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
yeah,
Back
take-
up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good, yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. It's good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one.
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You got to have a female Godzilla. Something.
Mm-hmm.
Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
It's Son of Kong.
Right, but there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
we
know
see-
it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
When you have a like a dress shirt on, you might want to always take the top two buttons and open your shirt up so they can see some chest.
But only the top two. They say no more, no less.
No more.
Okay.
How often do you have shirts and buttons, Preston?
You know what? On occasion, well, I play golf, so I play regularly, and those are polos, and I will sometimes I'll think I'm showing a little too much hair,
just a little bit
and
of
I'll
cleave.
button, and it'll only be one button, and I'll look at it and I go, that doesn't look
It's too
right.
much.
Two
it
buttons.
doesn't look right. So I
It's
end up
like
going.
you want the hair just peeking over the top a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Looks like you brought your gerbil to work.
Oh my gosh.
I was at an event, this is about 6 months ago, and I walk in, I think it was Philadelphia Style magazine.
Oh.
And a woman came over to me and unbuttoned my second button.
Very forward.
To me, you look more relaxed now.
And you should always go out unzipped as well.
That'd be great. Exactly. So, and they said that most of the women like a little facial hair.
Okay.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Like Preston.
Yeah, everyone here has facial hair.
Yeah. It depends on a certain age because a wise man once told me that this hides the little change purse underneath here. So that's why I started growing it in. So
Wow. You know, they do say that hair and hats are makeup for men.
Yeah.
Hair and hats. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just makeup.
Yeah.
Now, Steve I believe you wear shorts almost every day, right?
Yeah, well, yes. I became a winter shorts guy and carried it all the way through the summer. I wear basketball shorts, which are longer style, but I understand it should be at the knee level, right?
Just above the knee, they think is sexy.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm losing on that as well. Yeah, so
Well, you can roll them up like in Catholic school.
Yes, that'll look good. Do you guys like those super high shorts that they're like from the 70s and 80s? I think they look.
Yeah, those were basketball shorts back in the day. They were really short.
Way high, yeah.
They're kind of back though. I see guys now,
Yes.
especially with swim shorts and things, the
Yep.
hoochie daddy shorts.
Do you like them, Alex?
I don't mind them if you got, nice legs. Sure, why not?
By the way, I'm 3 for 3 today. I just want to point that out. I got the dress shirt with the 2 buttons. I got the shorts and facial hair.
Okay.
So, what's up, Alex? How you doing, baby?
How you doing?
I'm good, baby.
And you also have glasses on. 75% of the women surveyed said they like men in glasses.
Oh, wow.
See, well, we're all wearing glasses.
Well, what about a ponytail, though? 'Cause he's got a ponytail.
Yeah, Nick's got a
What do women
ponytail.
say about that?
That wasn't listed.
Yeah, it was not listed.
Hey, guys. So John DeBella's last day is Friday?
Yeah. John is retiring. We are happy for him, but not happy to see the legend no longer be on the air in Philadelphia. He's actually going to be on our program today in the 9 o'clock hour today.
What are you guys going to do to celebrate?
We are going to murder him live on air.
Yeah, we need no. He's not doing anything anymore.
He just
so-
sit there.
Yeah.
No, he's just a little reminiscing. He is a legitimate legend in Philadelphia, and he's a good friend. And having him around the station, our sister station, has been great. So we're trying to give him a nice send off, but he'll be around.
Yep.
All right. We'll see you guys.
Love it.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care. All right. Yeah, Nick, you're hitting everything today.
Yeah.
You're wearing shorts
Yeah.
and a long sleeve dress shirt.
And your shorts are above the knee.
Yep.
Okay.
I will. I just want to add because I didn't get a chance to add. If you're worried about the button situation, it should be 2 buttons open. A lot of people close that top button because they think it's too much, and sometimes there's too much chest hair. You don't have to shave your chest hair, but you can trim it up. That
Right.
I think is a lot of times why men try to hide it and they close that button. You can
What
leave
if
it open
there's-
and just trim a little bit.
What if there's not enough? Can you transplant pubic hair?
No, you don't need. No, if you have none, that's okay too.
So trim your chest hair.
Yeah, you don't need to
With
completely.
scissors?
Yeah, with electric, even like a
Yeah.
electric razor.
Clippers.
Yeah, clippers.
Okay.
By the way, I scheduled a haircut. I'm getting a haircut over the break.
You're going to get a chop
Chop
cut off?
off, yeah.
All
Who's
right.
doing it?
It's about time. I'm going to go back to Shaving Grace, which is
Okay.
ironically the last place I got a haircut, and that was 3.5 years ago.
I will say on your behalf, you were trying valiantly to donate your hair to some cause.
and maybe at another point, but Steve, honestly, it was right at the border of how long it needed to be. So
Well, you still can. When
they're going to chop it off, and we're going to save it.
Yeah, All right.
Yeah.
okay.
So if Kathy can use it for Kathy's cuts, or just another organization will do it that way.
Sell it as chest hair to other men.
Or that,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
You can do that.
that'd be
Hair
hot.
club for men.
What style are you going to go with?
I don't know.
Anything different?
You know what? I have no idea, and I'll allow Andrea to have a lot of a say in that because
Would you do a male pattern baldness like Casey?
Casey is much braver than I am, and much more willing to go for a joke than I am. So no.
Go opposite. Get a mohawk.
Oh my God,
Dude, you ought to do is before you cut it all off is cut because you can cut it in stages.
Yeah.
And do a mohawk. Do
you remember when Eddie Vedder
style it straight up
Straight
like
up.
that and
Yeah.
at least get some pictures and then cut it off.
Eddie Vedder went from long hair to a mohawk, and he thought he was doing it as a statement, and then he realized how much care it takes to actually keep
It's a
a
lot,
mohawk.
sure.
Yeah.
It's a
Even
tremendous
maintaining
amount of
everything,
work. Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe.
I vote mohawk.
Remember we had Glenn Plake in here, the backcountry skier?
No.
He had a mohawk that's super huge. It's 2 feet tall.
X Games guy, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
That's a commitment.
No.
So that's way more work with less hair.
Yeah. All right, we skipped traffic. Here's what I want to do. Let's do traffic, and should we do our announcement first or after the bizarre file? You guys tell me.
Let's do it after.
All right, I like that. All right, Kath, what is going on so far this morning?
95 southbound is slow from the Betsy Ross Bridge to the Vine Expressway. Once you get to the Vine, you're slow the length. Schuylkill eastbound slowing 202 into Belmont, and then the Boulevard to Spring Garden. Westbound side, Fair Avenue to the Vine. The Boulevard out to Gladwin. Blue Route northbound, heavy 95 to the Media Bypass on the Boulevard southbound. That's slow Broad to Fox. The City Avenue Bridge southbound between Ridge Avenue and the Schuylkill. We've got a disabled vehicle that's blocking the right lane. That's causing some delay. In West Whiteland Township, Route 100 southbound. At Route 30, we've got the center lane blocked with a disabled vehicle. In New Jersey, 55 northbound, heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. The deals are sizzling at Whole Foods Market. Prime members can save 25% off animal welfare certified boneless beef New York strip steaks through July 4th while supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. ADMoyer.com. All right, this is messed up, man. A Central Georgia woman died over the weekend after her family said she stepped on a fire ant pile at her home and suffered a severe allergic reaction.
They're common, but if you are allergic, it's obviously deadly.
Well, the woman identified as 43-year-old Kathy Weed died on Saturday. An investigator with the coroner's office saw her cause of death, said her cause of death are pending. The official is.
Have you ever had an encounter with fire ants?
No, I have no idea what it feels like.
I've heard
it sucks. Horrific.
Yeah.
I had it. It's not as bad as like a bad hornet sting.
Yeah.
Though. Like I've had wasp or hornet stings that are worse. But in Costa Rica, I got the fire ants.
Jeez.
According to her family, Weed, who is survived by a teenage son, had a severe allergic reaction to the fire ants, and she died before she could get to her medicine. Fire ants clamp onto their victims with strong jaws and then repeatedly inject venom into a human with their stingers. Symptoms of the stings could include a burning sensation, itches, and rashes. And fire ants are usually found in the southern region of the U.S. and in places as far north as Tennessee. And while they are a year-round species, they tend to be more prevalent in the spring and fall. That's terrible.
And if you step on an ant hill, they will swarm on you. And that's how you can die from it.
Wow. All right. This is pretty wild, and I saw the video footage of this. A Florida homeowner who fired 30 rounds from his AR-15 at his pool cleaner, whom he mistakenly believed was an intruder, will not face charges, authorities said on Monday. Sheriff Bob Galtieri said that Bradley Hocevar will not be charged for firing at Carr Pollock. Hocevar and his wife were watching a movie at their home about 9 p.m. when Jana Hocevar said she heard noises coming from their lanai. Pollock, who is employed by Bay Area pool techs, arrived to service the pool. Galtieri said that the couple became concerned because no one was supposed to be at their home at that time of night. The sheriff said that footage from the pool deck went to retrieve a the pool deck, pool tech, it's supposed to say, went to retrieve a flashlight from his truck while Hocevar yelled at him. Jana, the wife, then called 911 while her husband retrieved the AR-15 from their bedroom. Pollock, meanwhile, used his flashlight to fill out paperwork and then turned toward the house to place the papers by a sliding glass door. When Hocevar saw the flashlight moving toward his house, he fired 2 rounds at the pool worker. And the 911 call, there's a stretch where you hear the 2 shots and you think maybe it's over.
Yeah.
And then you hear a few more shots. The 911 operator saying, tell him to stop shooting the gun. And then you just hear bang, 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 over and over.
My question is, did the tech work complete the work? And how do I get in touch with him? Because if you can do that under incoming fire, you are a good pool cleaner.
Pollock was injured by splintered glass from the gunfire and was transported to an area hospital with minor injuries. He was not struck by any gunfire, which is a miracle. The couple told investigators that they normally have their pool serviced on Thursday or Friday afternoon. Deputies say Pollock admitted that he arrived late to the residence because he was behind schedule. The sheriff said in hindsight, he should probably have let them know that he was coming at 9 o'clock at night, yet he made no effort to contact them at all. The sheriff said that based on the evidence, Bradley Hocevar was within his rights under Florida's stand your ground law to shoot toward the pool technician. And he said, this is one of those situations we call lawful but awful.
Lawful but awful.
This guy's an idiot. I mean, last time I checked, lock your door. And if somebody's starting to break into your house, maybe then you do. But if they're just walking around your backyard, let the police handle something like that.
Well, I mean,
moron.
You have to, somebody has to answer for mistaken stand your ground. Do you know what I mean?
You would think, yeah. All right, I have a couple other stories. So here's a follow-up. A California man has been sentenced to 6 years and 9 months in prison for duping investors by telling them he was using cow manure to create green energy. This is according to the U.S. attorney. From Friday, March 2014 through December 2019, Ray Brewer falsely told investigators he was building machines called anaerobic digesters.
Sounds cool. Where do I get one?
Which use microorganisms to break down biodegradable material and turn it into methane. And it was a Ponzi scheme and a total lie, and he bilked millions from people.
I don't believe it. Where can I get one?
He's going to jail for 6 months now. All right, I put this in the bizarre file, but just because I had never heard of this before. I was telling Nick about this yesterday. Korea is going to be scrapping its traditional method of counting a person's age and officially adopt the internationally recognized system beginning this Wednesday. You familiar with how Koreans count your age?
I heard that it's weird, but I don't know the specifics.
So the change comes after the revisions to the Basic Administrative Act and the Civil Act, which are passed by the National Assembly last December to scrap the increasingly unpopular custom. This will make all Koreans 1 or even 2 years younger. As under the Korean traditional age system, a person is deemed to be a year old at the time of birth and then gains a year every January 1st. So your birthday is insignificant.
Right. Everyone's birthday is essentially January 1st.
So as of June 26, a person born on June 30th of 2003 is 19 and turns 20 on June 30th this year under the international system. But under the Korean age system, he or she is already 21. Another example showing the complications of the Korean system is a baby born on December 31st who becomes 2 years old after midnight.
That's wild.
So you immediately would be 2 years old.
So I didn't realize it was that absurd.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yes. So
did you ever see the movie Bananas? So this guy gets into office, they overthrow the government, and he gets crazy with power, and he says, from now forward, anyone who's under 16 is now 16. And it's that kind of thing.
This is expected to considerably reduce legal conflicts and confusion stemming from the different interpretation of age.
I bet you Hallmark was behind this.
I had never
birthday cards.
Heard of that. Very interesting. All right, and then finally, a grazing trip from monkeys or stray cattle can render months of labor putting into, what is this?
Well, I love both
here?
the monkeys and the stray cats.
Okay. So monkeys and stray cattle can render months of labor put into harvesting crops useless if they are infiltrating, say,
makes sense.
A crop.
Yeah.
So while farmers across the country, this is in India, use scarecrows and keep regular watch over the crops, many farmers in Uttar Pradesh are now donning bear costumes.
I love this.
To prevent monkeys from damaging their sugarcane crop. Gajender Singh, a farmer, said 40 to 55 monkeys are roaming in the area and damaging the crops. We appealed to authorities, but no attention was paid. So we contributed money and brought this costume to protect the crops.
Yes, I was sexually assaulted by a bear.
This is not only the incident. This is not the only incidents in which farmers have decided to act as living scarecrows to protect their crops. In March of last year, Bhaskar Reddy, a farmer, made news after he wore a sloth bear costume to protect his produce.
Oh, we're looking at the bear costumes. They're not very convincing. One of the guys looks like Bon Jovi.
Reddy adopted this unique method to tackle the menace of wild boars and monkeys that keep damaging his crops.
So the dudes are just sitting out in the field in bear costumes.
It would be great if he was just sitting there smoking.
Yeah.
You know, while waiting
you
for
looking at?
monkeys to come around.
Take a picture, it lasts longer.
All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, you guys ready for an announcement?
Yes, I am very excited about this.
This is a return of sorts, friends. We are happy to announce that this event is going to be on Thursday, August 3rd, and I'll give you the location in just a moment, but it is the return of the Preston and Steve Belly Flop Championship. Yes, it has returned, and we are headed back to our old haunt, the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort.
Nice.
And it's kind of a happy hour event. So we do it starting at 6 o'clock.
I can jump off the high dive.
And it is Thursday, August 3rd. And we need competitors.
We do.
All right, to compete, go to PrestonandSteve.com for how to enter. You'll need a photo and some information about yourself, like a unique character you're going to be playing, a nickname that you want to have, your walk-up music, your design, your idea, your whole concept for it.
And just anything goes.
Yeah.
Just have a little bit of creativity.
Yes, we have had not necessarily the most impressive, belly flop itself, but the delivery, the whole ambiance around it end up being our winner.
And we've also had people who are not huge have incredible belly flops.
Most definitely. So you don't have to be large to have a big belly flop. In fact, we've had some pretty skinny people do some impressive belly flops. And we have decided to make this all genders competing against each other. So men and women alike. We tried doing a men and women's competition, and everybody did great. Yeah. And we think that there should just be one overall all winner.
Yeah.
So that's what we are going to do. And the deadline to enter is going to be Sunday, July 23rd. So you got a little bit of time to get your concept together. But if you want to go ahead and enter now, we'd love to hear about it. But we do need a photo and some information about yourself. So the $500 cash prize is what we're giving up for first place, and more prizing to be added to that as well. So it's going to be $500 cash, but some other goodies that come along with that too.
All cool stuff.
And cash prizes for second and third to be announced. Spectators are welcome.
We're watching video.
We want everybody to come out and be a part of this event. 21 and over event, and it's sponsored by Valley Forge Casino Resort. They have this beautiful area outside.
It's awesome.
And
it's like a resort.
We have people jump into the pool and do their thing. So it is returned, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. Is the information up yet, Marissa? Okay, it doesn't say it on here, but we have all that info at PrestonandSteve.com. So August 3rd, a Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m., Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort.
You know, it's funny, Preston. Sexy Chewbacca.
Yep.
Is now a sixth of what he was.
Oh, yeah.
Dropped a ton of weight.
Now he's like a sexy Ewok.
Sexy Ewok,
So we'll see. Maybe he changes things up and enters again. We'll have to find out. But we have a limited number of spots. So enter, and then we're going to have to do a decision on who gets to be a part of this.
Excellent.
So PrestonandSteve.com for the details. We're happy about that. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. A little later on this morning, as we said, John DeBella is going to be in our studio. His tenure is coming to a close.
Yep.
But we'll come back in a moment, and I think
you think
we got to do a big prize ball.
all right.
When we get back. We'll return in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right.
But it'd be the size of proportionally VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
The giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You'd think I would want to cross. I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow.
You want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God!
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so.
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside and the trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rival storm chasers.
yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say, those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real, and he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely.
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh, my God. I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
Floyd in here. I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or that it's their
I don't even get why
the
we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
It's the 25th anniversary.
We're
Because
talking
those
about it
tornadoes
because
were real.
Who cares?
Come on, Cap.
It
was real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real.
Those tornadoes were real."
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist. Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was real. Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I
just
can't
now.
believe I never took.
You've never. I've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on
And he
him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies.
Other movies from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
No, what's this?
I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people like take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be. Might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the MM Barbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant.
Before we go into our game, we have a couple pieces of audio we're going to play here, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go with this one. It's a TV show.
Yeah, it is the one that the Jonas Brothers host. It's Claim to Fame, and so there's a bunch of people who are related to celebrities, and so everyone in the home has to get. It's the thin premise. They have to guess which celebrity they're related to. So, and they provide clues. So Tom Hanks' niece. The show just started, and for the clue as to who she might be related to, they have a park bench, and so which is Forrest Gump.
Okay.
So she's Tom Hanks, his niece.
Okay.
So she gets eliminated from the show immediately and freaks the hell out. So this will be her that you're hearing.
Okay. Damn.
These freaking clues are so freaking obvious! Freaking bench! That's a freaking poster of freaking Forrest Gump. Are you kidding me? Why a bench? Why a bench? There's literally no reference to benches on any other movie. Even Gabriel found that out. He's not even smart.
That's cool.
Okay.
What is going on?
She's freaking out over the clues.
God.
I mean, yeah, unhinged.
And there's more.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I didn't even get to do any challenges. I don't deserve this. I should have more camera time. I should be here longer. No one expected that. No one.
Oh my God.
What is this show?
It's called Claim to Fame. The Jonas Brothers are, I guess, the producers and the MCs.
Okay.
And so everyone there is related somehow to a celebrity. And so they have to ascertain which famous person they're related to. That's the whole premise of this show. So she immediately, apparently, she felt her clues that tied her to Tom Hanks were too overt. Listen to the scream, though, on that first clip. If you could play it again.
All right.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, that's horror movie scream.
Yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't happy.
She did not like it.
Well, maybe her star will rise after this.
Who wouldn't want to work with that?
After she showed that acting prowess and pretending as if she was thoroughly outraged by that. That's ridiculous. All right, this other piece of audio we have actually is of our own Casey boy. The Flyers released a video. And it has to do with the new outfits, the new uniforms, and the new colors and all that stuff. And Casey's in it.
It's very cool.
It was when we had Jonesy by here hanging out in the studio. So we'll play the audio from the video for you.
The thing about uniforms in sports, you have to make sure that you pay homage to its past by not denigrating or changing the logo per se, but also make the jersey, make the logo, make everything about a new star.
The thing about a color change is that it is not an overnight decision. I mean, this is probably a few years in the making.
It does kind of tie back into our history, but it also...
Yeah, that's Casey, and it leads into
the
Keith
idea
Jones.
that we need to move
Does Casey come back around in it?
That's to the people that have done
He
so much
screams,
for us.
he brings up the Forrest Gump bench.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was like,
Wait, where was this audio?
when we had Jonesy in the
No, no,
studio.
no, no.
The
Wait.
Flyers released a video yesterday promoting their new uniforms, and
it's part of it.
they're shifting towards the future. And in that video promoting the new uniforms is where the clip from Casey and Jonesy.
It's a hype video essentially.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
that's
you are
kinda
now
cool.
eligible to be nominated for an ESPY award.
Possibly, I would like to play center. To tell you the truth.
What are you going to
I-
wear to the ESPYs?
Oh,
You know?
well, you're just. I need. Well, probably a.
This has all come along so suddenly.
I was
understand.
caught off guard.
I have an orange Adidas tracksuit that I could probably wear.
I love it. Perfect.
Perfect. Excellent.
By the way,
That's-
that Jonesy interview is up on PrestonandSteve.com, and we talk about the time where Wayne Gretzky almost landed in orange and black. Could have finished his career as a Philadelphia Flyer. So if you want to check that out, go to the website.
We got it there. All right. I think we are over budget. We have too much stuff. Our stock has never been higher.
Yes, we got caught with our pants down.
Yep.
So we have limited time to move a tremendous amount of inventory, and we need a game that can move product quickly.
So Kathy asked us to do this.
She begged me.
It's time once again to play Yes or No. Yes or No. Two answers as old as time itself. A game primal and raw. Simple and to the chase. Two options. Two answers. Big prizes. Or sometimes smaller, less impressive prizes. But always prizes of some sort. And now, for the game that is the perfect out when we really can't think of anything else to do. Yes or no.
All right.
Now, here's your host, Preston.
Oh, I didn't know it had that at the end.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
And it faded out. Thank you, Max, by the way, our voice guy. All right, so it's a stupid, simple game, and we only pull it out when we have a lot of things to give away. And that's what has happened.
This is one step up from just leaving everything in a bin by the front door.
We have a short work week this week and a lot of things to give away. So essentially, you call up, you get paired up with one of us. We have these paddles that we now have that we're holding up, and we have written the words yes on one side and the word no on the other side. We will hold up the paddle to the camera to prove that indeed this is what we are asking for you to identify. And then we just ask you yes or no. It's a flip of the coin.
That's it.
And if you get it right, you win. If you get it wrong, you lose. And that's all there is to it. We'll keep going until we give away pretty much everything. So aren't you excited, Kathy?
Yes.
I know you hate this game.
I'm reading emails.
But feel the joy of the people who win things on the show.
I mean, is there even joy in winning in this game?
Tons of joy.
That's because there's great prizes.
Yeah.
There's lots of joy.
Right.
All right. But the hardest part about pulling this game off actually is it moves so fast, is getting the information from our callers and having them ready to go. And because we have to write down their contact info and let them know how to get prizes and all that stuff. So sometimes we have to take a little pause when we're going through.
And I'll tell you what, any of our YouTube viewers, you guys have an advantage because there's not much of a delay on the YouTube channel. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Giving away a way to cheat there.
Yeah, right. All right.
I just want to give away prizes. So
215-263-WMMR is the number. So we're going to go start this off with Teddy. Hi there, Teddy.
Hey, what's going on, Presbo?
We are playing yes or no, bro. All right. Steve, I think you should begin today.
All right.
All right. So, Teddy.
All right, Teddy, the question is it yes or no?
Steve, I think it's yes.
You are correct!
Yes. 1,000 times yes. What do we have for Teddy?
For Teddy, you have a case of Victory Summer Love. Taste Victory with your favorite summer crusher. Victory Brewing Summer Love. Lemony hops, crisp and refreshing and ready for your cooler.
We worked well together, Teddy.
Yeah, you guys are. I could
we're a
tell.
good team.
There's an instant connection.
Yeah.
Do we even have Kathy play?
Whatever you guys want.
Well, you know what? She barely plays, but she always makes sure our contestant wins. So,
That's true. All right.
Yeah.
No, but you got to hold it up ahead of time.
Yeah,
I want this legit. All right.
Yeah, like by the Olympic
I'm sorry.
rules.
You want this contest legit. That's
There
right.
are
Okay.
international rules, Kathy.
Yeah.
It is legit. All right, we'll go to Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Yo, P-Bug.
Yo.
Hi, Mike.
All right. Do you want to play with Kathy or not?
Big dog. Yes. Oh my God, I love you, Kathy.
Oh, wow. There you go.
All right, Mike. Yes or no?
Kathy's favorite word. No.
She gave you a big clue.
This is where it bites you in the ass.
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry. See, this is why this game is stupid. You should have won.
Somebody else.
Well, maybe it's just you just don't play the game well.
Oh,
That's
is that
it.
what it is?
We'll go over to Nick as we play yes or no. It's Sean. Hi there, Sean.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, bud. We're going to pair you up with Nick.
Sean, you ready, buddy?
Yeah.
All right. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's right.
Well done.
Well played.
You are amazing, Sean. Your skill is just unmatched.
Wow,
All right.
Sean, you just won some passes to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. This is going to be on Thursday, July 6th at 7 p.m. at the IMAX UA King of Prussia. Now, this film hits theaters everywhere on July 12th. You're going to see it 6 days before everybody else.
And that's part one of this large saga, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, next up is Jim. Contestant Jim. Yo, Jim, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jim, I'm holding up a sign. You and I are playing together. Feed into my vibes and tell me yes or no.
No.
You guys are champs.
Outstanding, Jim. Here's what we have for you.
All right, we have a case of Victory Summer Love. Taste victory with your favorite summer crusher. Victory Brewing Summer Love. Lemony hops, crisp and refreshing and ready for your cooler.
All right, up next, and Casey, you get to play with Ryan. So we are going to get Ryan on the line. Yo, Ryan, good morning.
What's up, bitches?
Yo, bitch.
All right,
Playing with
Ryan.
Case.
Ryan, did you have a full breakfast today?
Yes, sir.
Are you hydrated?
Yes.
All right, then you're ready to play.
All right.
Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
He's doing it. We're doing it. We're really doing it,
boy.
All right, what do we got here for Ryan?
We got passes to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 on Thursday, July 6th at 7 p.m. in IMAX at the UA King of Prussia. The film hits theaters nationwide July 12th.
All right, while the callers are getting taken care of, I do want to mention something because the guy that we had on earlier called me Presbo. That name, Pierre gave me that name
years ago.
It has stuck.
Yeah.
Like everyone calls me Presbo now. It was just this throwaway, because he started doing Presbo, my hunting buddy thing. And now everywhere I go, people call me Presbo.
Who was it? Gina Crash that came up with P-Buds?
No, that
P-Dog.
goes. That's my. She called me P-Dog.
P-Dog, yeah.
P-Buds is my old high school nickname.
Oh, okay.
So that's. I know you're an old school friend.
Right, yeah.
If you call me P-Buds, but Presbo has
stuck.
stuck. And you know what? Unlike some nicknames people get stuck with, I like
you
it.
like it. There you go, yeah.
I enjoy it. So maybe
Presbo,
someday.
what's your name-o?
It'll be the Presbo and Steve-O show.
Ooh.
Steve-O.
Or the Presbo and Steve show. All right, we'll go to another caller.
War Child.
Seriously?
Presbo and War Child.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Okay. We need to talk to War Child.
We do.
We
yeah.
got to get him on the phone sometime.
We will.
All right, Steve, you're going to be playing with Brian. Let's get him going. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, morning radio show. What's up?
Yes. Generic morning radio show.
hello,
All right,
person.
Brian. The question I have to ask you is it yes or no?
Oh, this is a tough one. I'm going with no.
Oh, sorry, bud.
So sorry, man. You were so close.
He's holding up a panel
close.
that says yes on it, so sorry about that. All right, we will circle back around to Miss Sunshine and listener Brian R., who's on the line. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. All right, you are playing with Kathy. Do you think you can handle it?
Yes.
All right, Brian, I'm going to hold up no. Yes or no?
No.
Good job, Brian.
Kathy, I actually liked that. All right, what do we have for Brian?
Brian, you have won our final case. We do not have any more of the Victory Summer Love. You can taste victory with your favorite summer crusher, Victory Brewing Summer Love. Lemony hops, crisp and refreshing and ready for your cooler.
Who did our graphic, by the way, of the yes and no?
That's the best part of this game.
It's awesome,
I love it.
and then Kathy's in the lower corner, and it just says hater.
Yeah, it says except for Kathy, she hates this S. All right, let's get another caller, and we have Bill who will play with Nick McElwain. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Preston.
Yo, brother.
Oh, Billy.
All right, let's get you over with Nick. Here we go.
All right, Billy boy, what's it going to be? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm feeling a no.
Feeling it wrong.
Sorry, bud.
Sorry, buddy.
Incorrect. All right, over to Chris, who's going to play with me. Yo, Chris.
What's up, roast beef?
Yo, bud. All right, roast beef. All right, pork roll. Here we go. Chris, is it yes or no?
50-50. Guess let's go with yes.
That's how you play. If you're on hold, that's how you play it.
Nice work, Chris. Here we go.
Chris, you won National Lampoon's Vacation on Digital, the film that launched the Griswold family legacy, starring comedy legend Chevy Chase. It's now available for the first time on 4K Ultra HD.
We've had some good interviews with Chevy Chase.
I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question because I saw this one time, and Nick, you might have to look this up. But so we're using these dry erase paddles essentially, and we wrote yes and no on the inside with dry erase marker. If you accidentally draw on a dry erase marker with like a permanent marker, a Sharpie.
Oh, like a Sharpie, for example?
pen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I did last time we played this game? Yeah.
There is a way to take it off of there, and I don't know what it is.
You have
Marissa.
to draw on it with a dry erase marker.
Over it?
Literally, if you draw over it with a dry erase marker.
All right, Marissa just did it.
Here,
Marissa, do we have a dry erase marker?
Yeah, she's going to hand me one.
What'd she write on there?
I love.
Okay.
All right, so
you.
Oh, so he just scribbled over it.
Let me see.
And looks as he
he
scribbled over it.
And it's just that easy.
And it's just that simple.
Doggy.
Yeah, like a complete moron. I confused my Sharpie with the highlighter last time around.
Oh, well, I would have done the same thing.
And then he wiped it
Wow.
off, and it's clear. Okay.
That's astonishing.
Thank you. I was curious about that. And I appreciate you clearing that up, doggy. All right, let's go. Let's go to our next caller. It is Pete, who's up. Hi, Pete. Morning.
Good morning.
All right, Pete, you and me. Or wait, did I?
You just did it.
No, I just did. It's Casey. You and Casey.
All right, Peter.
You're a whore, Peter.
Okay.
Wow. You don't even know that.
Yeah, I don't. All right, so what's the answer? Is it yes or is it no?
It's yes.
You're a whore, Peter.
All right.
You're a whore, Peter. Hang on. Here's what we have for you.
All right, Peter, you got National Lampoon's Vacation on Digital. This is the film that launched the Griswold family legacy, starring comedy legend Chevy Chase. It's now available for the first time on 4K Ultra HD.
All right, next up is Michelle. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you. It is yes or no. Very simple game. We're going to send you over with Steve Morrison.
All right, Michelle, is it yes or
no?
I'm going to go with yes.
Steve gave you a subtle clue by using the sound
a
effect.
classic no voice.
And no, sorry, that's incorrect. And if you're just tuning in, we're actually holding up these paddles that say yes or no on them to indicate what we have chosen. All right, let's go to Mario. Mario, good morning.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them,
Stick 'em in a stew.
Mario, I have a question. Do you pronounce it Mario or Mario?
I pronounce it Mario. Like
Mario. Okay, all right, just
Mario,
checking.
but I've gotten it every other way from Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely. Well,
Oreo, and I've had people try to correct me.
Oreo.
correct you on your own name.
That's exactly correct. I'm like, look, you can call me Susan, just don't tell me I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
All right, well, you're playing with Kathy. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kathy.
Yay, Mario!
I love you so much.
Oh my God, I love you. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I'm going yes.
All right, Mario, hang on. Here's what we have for you.
Congratulations, Mario. You won National Lampoon's Vacation on Digital, the film that launched the Griswold family legacy, starring comedy legend Chevy Chase. It's now available for the first time on 4K Ultra HD.
When we have a lot to give away, this is the game we play because it's 50-50.
You made that rhyme.
And we move very, very quickly. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll bring Taylor on board. Hi, Taylor.
Hi.
Hi. All right, I think we got Nick playing with you this time.
Taylor's one of those names where I love it if it's a guy's name or a girl's name.
Yes.
I think it goes well with both. Taylor, yes or no?
Yes.
She's right.
Voila. Another winner. Hang on, Taylor.
Now we're on a roll.
Yes.
Taylor, you won yourself a pair of a run of engagement passes to see the new Wes Anderson film, Asteroid City. It's in theaters now.
All right, my turn, and it is Margie, who I'm going to be playing with. Hi, Margie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Margie, you okay?
Is this Margie?
Yes.
Okay.
Margie or Margie?
Margie.
Margie.
Yeah.
Margie, okay. Do you know her or something?
Yeah, we've met her many times at campouts and all
And
sorts of stuff.
Margie-thon.
Yeah, Margie-thon.
That's where we first met her.
Yeah,
right.
The world, so they're going for the Guinness Book of World Records on the largest collection of Margies in one room.
Margie, is it yes or is it no?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm asking you a question. Is it yes or is it no?
Margie.
I don't think Margie knows.
Is there
what's
a robot in the
Hey,
room?
Margie, can you hear me?
Oh, my God.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you know we're playing a game?
Yes.
Do you know you have to pick between yes or no?
And it's yes.
And then it's no. I'm sorry. Incorrect.
So sorry.
Bye-bye, Margie.
She might have been.
Crap.
It was pretty good.
What is it about sex that makes you have to crap?
Yep. All right, we have another caller. It's Brittany, who's on with Casey. Hi, Brittany.
Hi.
All right, we're going to play with Casey. You ready, Brittany?
I'm ready.
All right, give me a simple answer here. Is it yes or is it no?
Oh, man. No help on that one, huh?
No, there's no help on this one. Is it yes or is it no?
It's yes.
All right. Well done.
Well done, Brittany.
She's going to the movies, too.
Yeah, run of engagement passes to see the new Wes Anderson film, Asteroid City, which is in theaters now.
All right. Over.
Margie says 4 stars.
For our next contest or our next matchup, we have Mike. Mike's on the line. Yo, Mike, good morning.
Hi, Mike.
Good morning to see you.
And good morning, it. All right, we have Steve with you here.
All right, Mike, we can do this, all right? Stay positive.
Yep.
Is it yes or no?
No.
He said stay positive.
I've been subtle. Hence, you picked up on that.
I figured what you were doing there. All right, sorry, Mike. Incorrect. Steve was holding up a no.
Yes.
We'll go over to John. I'm sorry, holding up a yes. We'll go over to John. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, John, swinging back around to Kathy Romano.
Kathy's become the Michael Jordan of this game.
All right, you ready? You ready,
Yes.
John?
Yes.
All right, yes or no?
No.
How does she do it?
I don't know. Women's intuition, I don't know.
something like
So here's what we have for John.
John's got passes to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, Thursday, July 6th, 7 p.m., IMAX UA King of Prussia, and that film is in theaters nationwide on July 12th.
Kathy confided to me that when we talk about playing this game, she gets so excited she has to poop.
Yeah.
All right, up next is Christine. Hi there, Christine.
Hey there.
Hey. There. All right, we got you matched up with Nick.
You ready, Christine?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Hi. All right, ready? Yes or no?
Which should I choose? Let's say yes.
Yes. Kathy, what if we change it to yes or no?
Yes, that would be perfect.
All right, here's Christine's prize.
She is also going to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, Thursday, July 6th, 7 p.m., UA King of Prussia in IMAX.
Blockbuster movie.
Kathy, didn't you have an idea for a different game we could have played or something like that?
I have an idea for a game. I think next time we use my idea instead of this stupid one.
All right.
Okay. All right.
We'll
I'm
judge
open
it.
to all ideas.
All right, okay.
All right. Let me go next to Brendan. Yo, Brendan.
Morning, gentlemen. Glad to meet you.
Glad to meet you.
Happy to have you playing the game. All right, Brendan, is it going to be a yes or is it going to be a no?
Is it no?
No. Sorry.
Now he's not glappy anymore. He's glad.
That's okay. Now let me go next to Naomi. Hi, Naomi.
Gadzooks, good morning.
Gadzooks, Naomi. You seem up and ready to play the game. You're going to be playing with Casey, all right?
Alrighty.
All right, Naomi. Or should I say yes, Omi? No, I shouldn't say that. Is it yes or is it no?
It's yes.
Yes. All right. Hang on, Naomi. Here's what we have.
You have run of engagement passes to see the new Wes Anderson film, Asteroid City, that is in theaters now.
We're moving product here.
We are.
We're doing it. We're making magic.
How many more you want to do, Case? Give me a number, and then they can stop putting people on hold.
30?
I think, yeah. You want to do 30? Let's just finish out this round. Let's do 5 more.
Everybody that's on hold, we have only 3 more on hold.
Okay,
All right,
then let's just do 3
so
more.
two more times.
Do you want to get 2 more people on the line?
No, just do what we have, right?
2 more people on the line after the 3 there.
Okay, so add 2 more, and then that'll be
All
it.
right.
All right, so we're doing 5 altogether. So next is Debbie. Hi, Debbie.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning to see you, Debbie. All right, you're up with Steve.
It is a good morning, isn't it, Debbie? Is it yes or no?
Let me see. I got 50-50 shot at this, right? I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
You can tell who's watching on YouTube.
Sure can.
All right, here's what we have for you.
All right, you're going to go see Asteroid City with all those other people. It's in theaters now.
Yeah.
All right. Up next is Justin, who plays with Kathy. Hi, Justin. Got a good one there.
Thank you.
All right, Justin. Here's Kath.
You ready, Justin?
I am.
All right, like Preston said, yes or no.
I'll go with yes.
Yeah. All right, Justin. Here's your prize.
We've had lots of winners.
Justin is also going to go see Asteroid City that is in theaters now.
All right. 3 more to go. It is
Get down to it
Diane.
now.
Diane, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Diane, we're going to have you play with Nick McElwain.
Hello, Diane. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Nick.
Yes or no?
I go with yes.
Crazy. This is crazy.
I
Oh,
don't
my God.
understand.
Hang on, Diane. Here's what we have.
Yes, she's also going to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. That theater screening is going to be July 6th, 7 p.m. IMAX UA King of Prussia.
All right, to see that movie in IMAX is going to be amazing.
2 more to go. Mike is up next.
Mike.
Hi, Mike.
No, P-Buzz, I need redemption.
All right, you need redemption.
You called back?
Yes, I called.
Yes, I called back.
Listen, you can only win once in a certain amount of time.
You can lose as much as you want.
Can keep playing.
I didn't win, though. I lost.
No, that's all right.
I'm saying.
Glad you made it back.
I'm saying no negative feelings now, Mike. Yes,
Very positive.
yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Oh, he gave you a clue. But you misread the clue.
I was saying negative, but
Yeah.
I said no negative, and I threw him off there a little bit.
Take a bath with my toaster.
You just killed him now.
What did he say?
He's going to take a bath with his toaster.
Oh, no, not your toaster.
No.
All right, Mike. Sorry, buddy. Next time, you'll be first in line. All right, last one is playing with Casey, and this is Bridget. Hi, Bridget.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bridget. Here we go.
All right, Bridgie Boo, is it yes or no?
Yes.
I'm so glad we ended on a win.
Yes.
We did.
All right, here's what we have for you, Bridget.
Bridget, we're going to send you to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 Thursday, July 6th at 7 p.m. in IMAX at the UA King of Prussia. Now, that movie hits theaters everywhere, and that's going to be on July 12th.
All right, thank you very much for playing yes or no. And hopefully John DeBella is on his way over. Go, man, why did I never play that game? on
Yeah.
my show?"
Well, that's why we felt comfortable. Now he has no chance of stealing it.
Yeah, that's
we will
true.
be selling, Preston, a home version of this game. We're talking about $29.95.
$29.95.
Yeah.
Yes or no,
It'll
the
be
Preston
coming-
and Steve show game at home version.
At home version.
Okay, excellent. All right, listen, we're going to take a break. We have more stuff to give away because we have a secret text word, and it sticks to Dave Matthews Band. Text word secret to 39333. We'll come back. John DeBella on our show when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys, but I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
well, the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of things. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction, and people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang's band.
Yes. Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit about that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
Legacy. Thank you. Yeah. And
yeah.
that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him. I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it. But to just do his own thing, man. Yeah. He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me.
I know. It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too. Because Xander's a friend, and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey,
Dave, at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing and whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, we're just coming out of COVID, and it's been a while since we've been on stage, but we are ironically very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, that evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that? Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was you know, the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out. This album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers. So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus, it was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. We really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were putting them in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night, and then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage to get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer. And so just last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks.
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them.
That's cool.
It's just a weird thing. And, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL diagnosis, and dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they work.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's there's one there, there's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the time tell time, and even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length, otherwise it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty
ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens exactly. It happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this: I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a frontman of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000, and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well, and he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up. So I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about, because you let a lot of...
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Well, it seems like yesterday we were talking to this guy.
Yeah.
We were, weren't we?
It was one of those Pierre impromptu. Let's do this.
I'm just going to dive right in and welcome our good friend John DeBella to the show this morning. I thought about doing a big, intro to lead you in, but I'm actually going to start with, because when I got word that you were retiring, and I walked down the hall before our shows started, and I walk in and I said, do I say congratulations? Or I've never approached someone who is about to retire, especially after such a legendary career, and I wasn't sure how to express my happiness that you're not going to be on the air anymore.
That's the official story. What he said is he still here? You know what, John? Because we'd heard a couple of times that you were thinking about it. Yeah,
right.
And it kind of started and stopped a few times, correct?
Yeah. I mean, it was originally I was supposed to retire in January, just at the end of December, and then some things happened within the business, and I said, "Look, I'm not moving.
Yeah.
You want me to stay longer?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, it'll be great." Right. So it became June, and and June ends Friday.
It does. It does.
Man.
But it is the weirdest when the time comes, right? You will find people coming up to you, and everybody's being nice, and they mean the best out of it, where they come to you and they go, "Congratulations," and you're like, Really?
Yeah, right?
Is that really?
Yeah.
Is that really the word?
It is the only thing that seems appropriate because we talked, for a while one evening, and you have so much stuff. That you want to do. You're adamantly opposed to the I'm going to sit, outside on the porch.
Oh God, no.
You're being bombarded with offers.
Well, yeah, it's amazing. The moment you say that you're going to retire, and I mean, again, it has to do with this business, entertainment in some way, right? People come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
With like, it's like, hey, we've got this idea that we would love to have you do. Hey, we could do this one. I said, well, I got a non-compete. I can't do this. I can't do that. But I'm going to be busy.
Yeah.
I'm going to be busy. And a lot of it's going to be behind the scenes. I've spent more than enough time in front of the mic and in front of the camera. I love producing. I mean, the only reason why I ever even got into this was because I couldn't find somebody to do it.
Yeah. Years ago.
Years ago, back at LIR. So
and LIR was a legendary station on Long Island. I used to listen to you on LIR years
out
ago.
in Massapequa?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to share John's influence from an outsider's perspective because I grew up in the St. Louis area. All right, so I was not aware of John DeBella, the Morning Zoo, all that stuff. I didn't think I was, okay? And I didn't realize it until I moved here that I was influenced by you because our local #1 morning radio show was doing your bits. And I didn't know that until I came here.
Wow.
Okay, so it was...
Wait, you worked in the market with Barsky?
No, this is in St. Louis on their Heritage Rock station, KC95, which I grew up listening to. There was a guy in the morning named J.C. Corcoran, and he was, he was my morning show guy. He was the guy that I listened to. And he had a similar style as you, not quite as animated, but after I came here and I heard about things like the Louie Louie Parade, and I'm like, they did that bit back home,
right?
And then also I started just as I learned about more what you did, I'm like, they were stealing your bit. Now there's a famous guy in the radio business called Scott Shannon, and his old phrase was, "If you stole it from me, you stole it twice."
right.
And so I get it. I
It's
understand
part of the deal.
that people share bits in this business. But there were straight up routines that you were doing that were being done there. They were finding out about it. You were having success. I think they might have been called the Zoo as well.
Oh yeah. Well.
I know you said I listened to you and Pierre. You didn't come up with the name.
No, I didn't come up with the name.
But you took the name, and then I think it spread, right?
Yeah.
Scott Shannon, in fact, was the one who
Scott Shannon
created the Zoo.
and John Lander were the ones in Florida who started the Zoo.
Okay.
Lander went to Texas. Scott came to New York, right? And George Harris, who was the program director at that time, he had just become the program director. And George had this reputation of firing morning men. That he would come into a market and he would fire the morning guy because he wanted to build a brand new morning show.
Yeah.
He comes into the market. I'm on vacation in Europe for 2 weeks.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
And so he has no idea what I sound like. All right. I come back into town and I start, doing, my show. And he comes in one day and he says to me, he goes, look, he says, I really like what you're doing. You ever think about doing, he comes up with some bit. I said, no, I used to do that, but they made me stop. I said, okay, that's odd. And he says, what about this? This is a great bit. I said, no, I did that one too, but they made me stop. Came up with a third one. I said, no, I created that bit, but they made me stop. He goes, look, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go home. I want you to think about all the stuff that you used to do on the show. I want you to put all of that back in, and then we'll figure out some new stuff. Right. And,
it's rare that you get that.
Right.
It's always shaving away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's never reinstituting.
Right. But years later, in talking to Shannon tells me, because there was a time when ratings were done with diaries.
Yeah.
Right. And people had to write down what it was they were listening to. All right. Radio stations had to register their call letters, their slogans, all of that stuff. And he did not register the Morning Zoo outside of the New York area. So right. Everywhere from South Jersey to really almost northern Jersey, if they wrote down the Zoo, I got credit for it.
Wow.
Right? So he was ticked.
Yeah.
He was ticked. And, he said to me, he said, I created the zoo. And he goes, and don't ever tell anybody I told you this, but you perfected it.
Oh, really?
Well, that's nice. Yeah.
Well, I had the latitude with an AOR format. He was doing top 40 and had little kids listening. He couldn't do the things that I was able to do.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, thanks, Scott. Okay.
It's so wild to hear. And the history, like with LIR, which was a seminal sort of alt, station. There were just a handful that were playing that kind of music, which, by the way, The Cure was just in town.
Right.
And all those bands that were part of that. But yeah, and then I remember when you left to come here, and begin that career. When did you feel, was that the point at which you thought, okay, I've got traction. I'm onto something. I've hit that next career plateau.
No, you sound like I had a plan.
Yeah.
Right? When I got here, the guy to beat was Harvey in the Morning, was John Harvey, right? And I got here in November, and at the end of the winter book, the winter rating period, I had beaten him ever so slightly, but I beat him. And I went into the general manager's office and said, hey, look at this, look, how come nobody's saying anything about this? I'm not looking for a parade, but somebody should say something. And he goes, no, he says, anybody could do that. I said, anybody, well, you haven't been able to do that for until I got here.
Yeah.
Right. And then I ended up, he ended up beating me again. And it took a couple of more years before we devastated him. And he thought I did the most evil things in the world to him. And there were mild radio stuff. I mean, if you want to...
You have scars.
I have scars from evil things that got done.
Right.
But we did things like we referred to the station, it was WIOQ. We referred to it as W Low IQ.
Okay.
Right. And we referred to him as Hardly in the Morning because he hardly works at all.
These are the classic radio wars, which I try to explain to people. And correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, one of the things we benefited from being here is your consultation. You went through so much of it, but we're never going to see that again because you're not fighting other stations. You're fighting 200 other things that are distracting people in the morning.
Yep.
It just doesn't happen. And the days of, are you syndicated? That's over.
Yeah.
Everyone technically is syndicated.
Exactly. And and the wild part about it is and people come up to you all the time and they're going like, I bet you're really upset about satellite radio. I said, not in the least. It doesn't faze us.
Yeah.
Satellite radio isn't the problem. If anything's a problem, it's podcasting, right?
Yeah.
Could you have done? Could you have done what you did in this city in any other city? Could you have taken the morning zoo, or could you get your success at MMR or the last 20 years at MGK and had that worked anywhere else?
I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I came here at a time that I think, not like I'm Madame Curie, but but I came here at a time that I was needed, right? MMR had literally a revolving door of morning shows going on. You never knew who was going to be on the air that week or that day. 1 week it would be Moderato, 1 week it would be Anita, just like, because nobody wanted to do it. Everybody wanted to sleep in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I got a call from Steve Leeds, who said, you really got to do something. You really got to do something. I'm going to introduce you to some people. You got, he says, this is too small for you. I said, no, I'm happy. Leave me alone. I love this music. I love this station. I'm living on Long Island. Everything's wonderful. Right? And then I get a call from Charlie Kendall. And Charlie Kendall said, I'm literally now, that was a time, did I tell you guys this story before?
No.
There was a time that I, used to sleep in the afternoons, right? Because we didn't have VCRs. If you wanted to see a band, you had to go out at night. So I would sleep in the afternoon and be rested so I could go out someplace and then go be on the air the next day or talk about what happened on TV that night. Right, yeah. Like that. So I'm asleep. Charlie calls. I answer the phone and I'm half asleep and he says, hey, John DeBella? I said, yeah. He goes, I'm Charlie Kendall. I'm the program director of WMMR in Philadelphia. We've got a 6.5 in the marketplace, and we'd like you to be our new morning man. And I said, I could get that down to a 3 in no time. And then there's this pause, and he goes, you really are the wise ass they say you are. I said, that's why you called.
A 6.5 is a damn good number,
It was a very good number, too. Yeah, but that was the overall station number.
Oh, okay.
All right. But, back then, from when I got there in 82 to when we really took over the marketplace in 86, the difference between number 1 and number 10 was maybe a 1/10 of a point
Right,
for
it's
each
true.
position.
It's true.
Somebody might have had an 8, and the other person had a 7-8, and the next one down had a 7-7, and something like that. So it was so tight. And then we came along, and it just bye.
We remember we were over Y100. There was. You were first off. There was no promotion of our show whatsoever. We loved the station; it was great, but we were just—it was never, And so you would look, you look at these. It's like the first time, you probably early on in your career when you cracked a mic and I've got to fill up. I got to talk for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
How am I going to do that? Yeah. So the ratings thing seemed like, that's impossible. How am I ever going to get there? But you stick with that. Obviously, you've genuinely loved radio for all these years.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
I love it to death.
Yeah.
I am not television's bastard child. I'm its father.
So the question is, from here, and we talked about that, you need to have some sort of outlet, I think.
Oh, beyond a shot of a doubt.
Let's call this the next chapter as opposed to the retirement.
Okay.
What is that? What are you most interested in pursuing? Will it be podcasting?
And we've talked about this before. Everybody goes, "Hey, why don't you do a podcast?" Well, I got a radio show.
Yeah.
Right? I don't need a podcast.
Yeah. Yep.
And in all honesty, I really can't think of anything I want to do now. If I had somebody to do it with, doing it on my own is a waste of time. All right. If I had somebody to do it with, then it might be a little more interesting. All right. Look, like you guys, I'm very interested in stand-up comics. I love stand-up comics. I had a comedy club, and it really means a lot to me. There's a series that I started doing a while ago called Stand Up Sit Down, where it was me and a stand-up comic and just shooting the crap about comedy and funny stuff and what influenced them and that. And I thought that would be interesting. But I started doing that as a video piece. Maybe it could be a podcast. But I'm losing this outlet, this connection outlet.
Right.
So I have to learn how do I book those people? How do I get a hold of them?
You've accrued enough.
Yeah,
you have this. Yeah.
Well, I have accrued a lot. Unfortunately, it's all in Steve's phone. It's all in his phone.
So make sure
and every day I keep saying to him, Steve, you got to give me that contact list. That contacts list.
So don't piss him off. Right?
I have a question because our rating success came in a different era than yours, and the 1980s were a party time.
Oh yeah,
a debaucherous time.
Oh yes.
When things were at its peak, did it get crazy? Did it get
just within the station?
Your life, the show, the fame that you got from it, and all of that. The Louie Parade looks outrageous. You're talking about 100,000 people plus people at this event.
Yeah. The last Louie Parade is 125,000 people.
Whoa. Unbelievable.
Right. It was astonishing. It was absolutely astonishing. But the wild part about it is, I swear to you, on my father's grave, I swear to you, I never believed any of it. I never.
I believe you saying that.
Right.
Yeah.
I was amazed by it as much as anyone else. We did this event at the Bourse. Right, early on. This is before we did any of the mornings, the Atlantic City shows or anything like that. And we did this. My pocket is vibrating.
Casey, are you calling him?
I'm not calling.
Casey likes to call people when they're in the middle of something.
No. Right, and it's probably somebody calling me. Go, do you know you're on the air? Right? So we went to do these shows at the Bourse, and it was just they used to have this place called the Heartthrob Cafe, which was a ripoff of the Hard Rock.
Okay,
right? But we were going to do a week of shows there, and Monday morning we show up, and there's a line that went. To the corner of Market, up to 4th Street, or down back over to Chestnut, and back around the block. The place held about 150 people.
Oh my God!
There were 500-600 people outside, right? And we're like, what's going on? All right, and that was the first time where we realized, oh my God, we're popular.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I never took it for granted. I'm always, when somebody tells me they listen to me, my answer always is, really?
Yes. Yeah. And the best advice to give people is never lose that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, once you think your S doesn't stink,
right,
the world is going to, and this market in particular, that's why when we came in, we followed, our whole notion was, we're not going to act like we were entitled to this.
Right.
We're not going to act like we know everything.
Well, right. Because you guys had to climb that mountain known as the Philly guys.
Yeah. Right. It was tough. Yeah.
I remember being on with Pierre. Yeah. I remember being on with Pierre when you guys first got here, and my wife used to listen to you taking my son to school in the morning. All right, and I might not even been on the air at that time. I might have been between stations, and I'm talking to Pierre, and and he's going like, oh, "This is great. We got this new morning show." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "They must have been so hard to find, right? This company must have been searching the nation, right, to find a morning show that would work. All right, what are the chances that it would be right under their nose
across the river?" Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember? I'm pretty. What was the order? Was it DRE Y100 or that was the order?
I know what you're going to say.
Right.
WDRE.
Right.
We announced that the station was going off the air. That the station had been sold and we were changing formats. That day, I was on the air. I've never met him in my life. John called me.
Whoa.
Is that what you were going to bring up?
That's it.
my God,
I was on my way to a gig.
Yep.
I was on my way to a gig at Malibu on DeBella Avenue, and I don't know who I talked to.
It was the receptionist buzzed me, calls me back in the studio. She's like, I have a John DeBella on the line here. And I'm like, I know who that is. I don't know him. And I'm like, that can't be him. Somebody's, whatever.
But you answered.
Sure enough.
And I wanted to make sure you guys are all right. And,
Yep. He was just checking on us. He's like, first of all, he's like, is it legit? Or is this really happening? Is it a radio stunt? I'm like, no, it's happening. And he's like, he's just checking to make sure that we were okay, which we weren't at the time. We knew we were going to be out of work.
Well, that's funny because
I'll never forget that.
Stations disappear, DJs disappear, and as odd as this might sound, John, like I'm really happy that you're able to go out on your terms. And Steve mentioned the ups and downs, and there were some real downs. And I remember them as a listener, and I wasn't even involved in it. And you heard about them living in Philadelphia, you'd read about them in the paper. So for you to be able to go do what you want and people to be able to say goodbye to you, it's especially in our business, it's a bit rare, and that's a good thing, I think.
I was asked by Heidi Raphael, our PR person, the corporate PR person, says, we need a quote for your goodbye. And I said, in a business where normally someone else tells you you're retiring. I was fortunate enough to be able to say it myself.
One of the best things we talk about are the emails that come following a departure, and you can instantly tell what exactly happened. We thank and hope them, and then Ed's no longer here.
If you see him, call us.
Don't talk to him. Yeah.
My favorite thing in radio is it All Access? Is that
All Access?
Is All Access
the publication,
which is for the most part board ops. Right, people who aren't really on the air, they're just operating the board for some talk show or something like that, and how it seems they know everything.
Yeah.
And I have had to squash more rumors that were started by board ops than anything else.
Yeah, it's true.
You've had 3 stations you worked at here.
Okay.
WMMR, WISP, and now WMGK. Do you have any memories that stand out? I mean, there's so many at MMR, and we've talked about those. Was YSP an okay time for you? Or
YSP,
you were doing afternoons, you didn't have to get up in the morning?
Right. I was doing the afternoons, and then I was doing middays, and it was the most dysfunctional family I've ever been in.
I believe it.
It was hell. Everybody was just and the crap rolled downhill. It started at Mel Karmazin and it rolled all the way downhill.
You're talking like a classic. And we had our brushes with it, but you were in a firefight.
Oh yeah, it was insane in there. It really was insane in there. I mean the things went on. There was one time. The general manager and I had a great relationship. He still was going to be a general manager, and he was going to do whatever was going to be best for him in the station. Right. But we always had a great relationship, and I would go in and talk to him, and it was pitch ideas about stuff. And this is in the early days when most radio stations didn't even have a website. And I kept pitching him for a website. We should do this. And he finally agreed. He said, look, because I had my own.
Yeah.
I started doing web bits on the air in 1993. right? Using because AOL was new, and I used to when I would have a guest in the studio, I would open up a chat room,
right,
and have people ask questions, and and read their questions and ask them, and we would have contests that were like email only contests, and it was really, really early on. Right. And so he said to me one day, he says, the reason why we don't have a website is, he says, I want a website that people have a reason to go to. He goes, like your website. Again, 1993, 94, I had built my own website.
Right.
And he says, like your website, that would be great. I said, okay, fine. So he got used to seeing what my writing style was like. Years later, right, the promotion staff and the program director go into him to pitch all of these new things they want to do for the new year. And he hated all of it. He hated absolutely all of it. He says, this all sucks. Come back with something else. All right. So some people came to me and said, look, do you have any things? We're really stuck. We need to pitch Ken on some stuff. Do you have any things that you think he might like? I said, yeah. He said, pitch this at him. I threw a couple of things their way. It was my radio station, as well. I, wanted it to succeed.
Do well, yeah.
All right. He goes in, he looks at it all, right? He comes back, and the only thing they did was change the font on the presentations. They changed the font on the presentations. He says, I got to ask you something. And he goes, is this yours? Is this yours? Is this yours? I said, yeah. He says, those idiots came in here thinking that I had never spoken to you before. Right? They presented all this stuff as if it was theirs. Right?
Yeah.
He goes, I'm reading it. I know your style. And no, it's yours. I told them, why are you stealing the stuff from DeBella? And they all looked at me like, that's the kind of place it was.
So now, what is likely? Are you going to take that break, that little pause? Because there is talk that you might be leaving the area for a bit, or
somewhere down the line. Yeah.
Okay.
My son is a writer-producer in Nashville. Rock, not country, but he'll do country if you ask him to. Right? His career is exploding.
Oh, good.
It's absolutely exploding. He's been working with. He's become the go-to guy for producing vocals on records, whether it's a rock country in Nashville.
That's
right.
That's pretty big.
And so my family has given up a lot, right, for me to have the career that I've had. And Mama wants to be near the golden child. Mm-hmm. So somewhere down the line, we will probably move to Nashville.
Okay. It's a good place to move.
Yeah. That's what I hear. Because, everyone has a gun and you don't run into any drag queens.
But it's a good thing you're not going right away, because you got at least 6 months of free dinners around the restaurant.
Oh my God!
So don't
we'll take advantage of
right
started the tour?
And then it's not against FCC rules.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can just say thank you.
One restaurant I associate with John, because it was probably one of the first times we hung out, was Kildare's. Like, I felt like every time I was at Kildare's, I was with John at some point, and we were probably drunk at the bar, but whatever.
Yeah, right. Should I make my confession?
Listen, you said you didn't want to tell it. I brought it up hoping you would tell the story.
Okay. We were at Kildare's this one. McGrogan and I, we're all great friends from McGrogan.
We had Dave McGrogan on yesterday.
But McGrogan and I are I'm so grateful for that, because I didn't have to.
All right, at least we feel the same.
I got him really well on the air this morning. He recorded these spots. Basically, it's a goodbye John DeBella spot, and all the good work and this, that, and the other thing. But for some reason, it sounds like he's talking through a pillow. Mm-hmm. And Steve says to me, he said, so what's with the way that sounds? I said, well, normally when Dave comes in, we have to put a pillow on the seat.
Oh, my God.
So he reaches the microphone, but obviously he thought he had to use it in front of the microphone.
That's good.
So we would be there all the time. And it was one of the first times I had ever been with Kathy beyond, like the hallways or anything like that. And I fell in love. I just fell in love, and I was like, and Dave's going, she's engaged to a teacher. I don't know how long it's going to last. I'm not sure. You're married. You're just and Dave, who was a hound, right? And there's nothing there at that time.
Happily married now.
Happily married now. It only took 3 tries.
Press, that was like the Kathy drinking days.
Yeah. And I remember being at that bar and drunk out of my teeth and looking at you, and I'm just like, I'm just so in love with her. It's just so wonderful. And yesterday I told her this story for the first time.
Oh, really?
I was like, you have to tell this on the air. He was like, I'm not telling that story on the air.
My wife just heard it for the first time. Because I got the text this morning. What's from you on Preston and Steve?
What do you get the most from listeners, question-wise, when they run into you these days?
God, it's a lot of it is this. A lot of it is this real. Do you remember this?
Okay.
And the favorite one is my favorite one is John. Do you remember when I called and I said, and I went, do you have any concept? Any concept of the amount of people I speak to just in a day?
Yeah.
Because just because they're not on the air doesn't mean I'm not on the phone.
Well, here, maybe you remember this guy. We got a caller on the line. This is Steve, who's got a story to share. Hi, Steve. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Preston and Steve. John, good morning.
Good morning.
You may remember this, John. It was 32 years ago.
Okay.
The Gonzo Friday was usually over at the Franklin Institute, and then this particular Friday you couldn't do it there. So you asked if the listeners had a place to do it, and we volunteered, and you chose our home. And when you came over, you had with you a special guest. It was Adam West.
Adam West from Batman.
That's pretty friggin' cool. Yeah.
And the Flaming Caucasians were there.
Right.
And
We did the whole live show in someone's kitchen.
That's great. That's awesome.
And it was your kitchen, Steve?
It was in our whole, it was in the kitchen. Pat, my wife, cooked some breakfast for everyone, and we went out in the backyard. I had 2 big Newfoundland dogs that they tied up Adam West out back, and the dogs humped them.
There you go. Bestiality.
We had respect for our elders.
That's cool.
You might remember it, and I certainly do, and I can't thank you enough for the great memories.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for being there.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
So, John, I want to ask, how at peace with this decision are you?
I knew one of you was going to come to the point where you're going to try to make me cry.
We'll leave that for Friday.
That's going to be one big sob session. Just, Manuel, you think the rain was something? Nothing. Nothing in comparison to what's going to happen with me. The hardest part of this, in all honesty, and it's hard to explain. There's no ego in what I'm about to say, right? I did not realize until I said this how much I depended on this audience. The audience has always been a big part of the show for me. I always wanted to, from the get-go. It was group participation. It wasn't just me alone. It wasn't just me talking on the radio at you. I wanted you to talk back to me. I wanted you to talk to everybody who was listening, right? So that is going to be the hardest adjustment, right? That's going to be so difficult to not have those people there. And I'll be right back. To an extent, I feel like I'm letting them down. I feel like I'm abandoning them, and but they're all so gracious. So
you know what you learned in John, you well know it, for Christ's sake, you've been at this for so long, is that you hope to, like Dr. Mike says all the time, you hope to, everyone wants to make an impact and maybe leave the world a little, not that you're dying, but we're all technically dying, but the best to make the world a better place through your actions. You've done that over the course of years. You've been the soundtrack for so many people's lives, and it's, but you're also owed your life to some extent on a little bit of a level. Not that you would ever consider this taxing or a drag or whatever, but there are things that you want to explore and go and move on to. So, I mean, you're, as Preston said, besides the meals, you'll always be royalty here, and a well-deserved legend, follows you wherever you go. So
I'm available whenever you guys need me. I have to tell you, when you guys asked me to come in for the Walk of Fame, I floated off of that day for 4 or 5 days. I was just so, it was just so thrilling to be in here with you guys. This show is so much fun. I never get to hear it, right?
I know. It's like when people they'll say, "Did you see Good Morning America this morning?" No, we're on.
We're busy. Yeah. But the biggest challenge right now, I was saying this to Steve the other day, the biggest challenge right now is getting into the time zone that the rest of the people I know are in.
Yeah.
I mean, like right
been
now,
so long.
someone says, hey, we'd like to do this. I said, well, I'm free after 1. That's my immediate answer. Right? It's like, you can get up at 8. You can stay up till 11, 12, 1, whenever you want.
Yeah.
Right?
If a party starts at 7,
It's
I can
okay.
go.
I can go.
I can go now.
Right?
You don't have to eat dinner at 4.
Yeah.
Exactly.
John, when the day comes where we eventually hang it up, I know that I personally, what I will miss is communicating this way. This microphone, those receivers, all of that stuff, and the people and the phones. I love this. I love this this verbal communication. There's something about this that that draws me to this. And I know that I will miss that dearly if that day
and
comes.
podcasting doesn't do that.
It doesn't quite do it.
Having a TikTok video doesn't do it. It's not all that stuff. This is a one-to-one. That's what I always loved about radio. It's like I would say to people, I said, look, we're doing a bit on the air. There's a door sound effect. Everybody sees that door in their mind's eye. Everybody sees a completely different door, but they all see the door.
Yep.
Right, and that's what I love the most about it. And for the most part, most of our listeners are alone when they're listening to us.
Absolutely, and that's why Pierre asked me the other day. I was like, I was saying something on the air, and I said, all right, friend, we'll talk to you a little bit later. And he goes, why do you say friend? I'm like, because there's one person sitting by themselves right now who's listening to me, and I'm talking specifically to that person.
Right.
So I know exactly. Oh,
there you go. There's the friend. He's leaving.
The door.
You insulted him.
I pissed him off.
You made him feel like an edgy loner.
Green door.
Yeah.
But
did I do that?
No. You hit the door button.
See, it's opening.
That's the sound of me getting out of bed.
But there's something about the live aspect of it and all of that is just, it's still, to me, it's a little bit of magic,
Do you know what my favorite thing of coming into the studio is? And I folks, I get to come in here. I am a welcome guest, and I do my best to not come in. Right? Right? But when I come in here, of all of the stuff that's in here, the endless amount of crap, right? Not to be compared with Steve's desk, right? Right. I got to tell you, I've been moving out for 2 weeks now, right? You better just call the company. Better just call the company.
A lot of stuff. Yeah.
But my favorite thing to see in this studio is
what? Oh. My prep.
Preston's pile of papers. Because I have that same pile of paper that travels back and forth. And once or twice a week, you kind of weed through it. I'm never going to get to that. That was a stupid story. Why did I pull it? Who cares about this? Right? But it's that, and the clips. Yep.
Do you occasionally lose the entire stack? Because he's done that before.
Oh, no.
That only happened once. And Kathy,
the panic.
That was my absolute wig out moment.
Oh my God!
I was
the
so
panic
pissed.
on that.
I've got like 5 other stacks of these back on my desk, and yeah, man, you never know what you're going to need. I keep a lot of prep handy all the time.
What is your favorite rumor about you or any of the people here?
Wow.
Because I hear stories about me that just amaze the hell.
Really?
Well, give us that insight, and then maybe we can come up with one.
Well, I'll give you one that actually really happened. This wasn't a rumor at all. That's a saying that brought this to mind. When we were at 19th and Walnut Street, I'm walking into the building one day, and I'm walking in with Tierson, which in itself is an experience. right? And he's with another guy, and I'm assuming that this other guy is Tierson's friend.
Yeah.
And we get up to the third floor, and I'm walking down the hall, and Tierson's walking down the hall, and the guy's walking down the hall, and then Tierson continues down toward the studio. I walk into my office, and the guy walks in with me. And I turned to him and I said, can I help you with something? He goes, yeah. He says, I'm Detective, I forget what his name is, but it's from the Philadelphia Police Department. I have some questions to ask you. And I'm like, this has got to be a joke, right? And he starts asking me these questions about this girl who is missing, and they found her diary, and my name is in it all over the place.
My God.
Really?
All right. And all of these things that we did together and all of this stuff, I said, I have no idea. No idea what you're talking about. And as he's asking me these questions, right, he says, do you live here? No, I don't live anywhere near there. It just ends up it was a teacher at school, and she was substituting my name for him. Oh. Right? And she was missing. And,
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was fan fiction.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Like Letterman's stalker from years ago.
Right. Yeah. No. That was. And I've had those stalkers too.
Yeah.
So.
Did they ever find her? Do you know?
Oh yeah, they did.
She married Barsky.
I don't remember any crazy rumors.
Nothing like that.
No, nothing along those lines. I mean, we get from time to time there are people that think Kathy is this prim and proper goody two shoes, and I'm like,
she's been having an affair with DeBella for years.
You know how well we played it off.
I'm like, Kathy off the air.
You're right. I should have never brought it up.
Kathy off the air tells us some of the most disgusting things ever. So
ridiculous.
Yeah.
I want to say publicly thank you because I grew up listening to MMR and you and Pierre Robert and what you've done for this city, what you've done for radio in general. I don't think I would be sitting here if not for you, and I don't know if I'll ever have a chance to thank you publicly again. For what you've done for Philadelphia and in general and WMMR specifically, I just want to say thanks.
Well, I won't pay your Wegmans bill.
You don't want to do
That's
that.
fine too.
I have a quick question.
We go to Wegmans at the
Oh, you
same
see him
time.
at the same time?
Yeah. But wait. Did I mention this the last time?
The drunk thing?
The drunk thing.
Yeah, we covered it. It's
Okay. I love you.
Yeah, you do.
I love you. You're the reason why I'm radio.
That's me.
Is there one thing over the entire, or at least a large swath of your career that you've held on to as your memento, your one thing that I know from the point we got here, there's one thing I've held on to. Preston, you know what
I know what it is.
Oh, God,
from John?
Yes.
No.
John will love what it is, too.
John's seen it.
Yeah, you get it?
I've seen it?
Yeah.
Casey will go get
It was just, it was on my desk when we got here.
Okay.
And it's
In the
just,
old office, it's now gone.
Right, and I've
right.
held on to this picture because I love it. And it's just sort of like now it's like a good luck charm.
Yeah.
But Casey might have.
Yeah, he'll bring.
I
he'll-
had
he'll bring
when
it
I
in.
when I first got to the station. I don't have this anymore. When I first got to the station, I get this letter from somebody, and I was loud. I was upbeat. I was not what the city was used to. They were used to Harvey, and Harvey was like, he would start. The letter said, "When I get up in the morning, the first thing I want to do is key down." You just woke up.
Yeah.
How much lower can you possibly go?
Right, yeah.
And it was, and she just trashed me, absolutely trashed everything about me. Right, and I went off to. Okay,
We'll show you that in a second.
Okay, all right. And every morning when I would come in, I would go to, calling it a jock lounge was disgusting, but we had 2 file cabinets and everyone had a drawer. That was it. All right, and I would go there and I would read that letter every morning.
Yeah.
Every morning, and went in there and just go, "I'll show you."
Right.
And that kept me going for the better part of a year.
Wow, I have a text we got one time from some guy who it was, and this was like, I don't know, like 8 years ago or something like that. Who was like, "You guys are on your way out. This is this show's a joke, blah blah blah, and all that." And he left his phone number on there too because it was a text, and he's like, "You'll be gone within the year." And I'm like, print that up. I want to hang on to that. And I still got it. It's 8 years ago, and we're still dominating the market.
So that's the picture right there in front of you. That was
all right. So this is the picture that Steve had, and this is from. It was left over from the Philly guys, right?
Yeah, and it was
This is
a guy. There was a contest to make your Philly guy sign, and the guy, this old guy with his shirt off, and it seemed so genuine. And I'm like, I've got to keep this guy.
The wild thing is, and people are gonna hate me for this. People are gonna hate me for this. Is that on one of their very last tours, Eddie Van Halen decided that he would do the shows shirtless.
Yeah.
Same skin as this guy, just all hanging down, and you just get to a point where it's like, shirts off, maybe in the ocean, right? But oh my God,
That's great, isn't it?
Oh my God,
The old guy with the drill, but he loved that show,
Philly guy.
and you always remember that too. That when you come in, you're replacing something that meant a lot to other people, and so you got to be respectful of that.
Oh yeah. I mean, but what was lucky for me when I got to MMR was I was, like I said, replacing witnessing this revolving door. I was the first constant that they had.
Right.
And Steve Sinton, which is really his real name, but Steve Sutton is what he went by because John Sinton was a famous programmer.
Okay.
All right, or a consultant, and he didn't want to be associated with that, so he became Steve Sutton. All right, and the man would do everything possible. When we did a changeover in the morning, he would do everything possible to destroy whatever I was setting up.
He would sabotage you.
He would sabotage me
That's
every time. It's like why? We're on the same damn team. What are you doing?
What an amateur move.
You know, I wasn't used to that.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, where I came from, it was just like everybody loved it. We were all just fighting for our lives just to get the station on the air, right? Literally to keep the station on the air. So,
well, listen. I mean, so you're going to be around for a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're going to be doing a whole bunch of
some time.
yeah, you know that it's not like you're being launched into space.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I left LIR.
Yeah.
That's how when I left LIR, I didn't say I was leaving. I thought it was going to be damaging to the station.
Yeah.
So we did this whole thing. We set up this entire bit. I had people from NASA on the phone because we were looking for a launch window, right? And and we did this whole bit, and then when it came to the end of my last show, they shot me off into space, and there was this echo going goodbye.
Oh, man.
And then I never came back.
That's right.
And then I
God.
never came back. Right. And eventually, you know who replaced me? Vin Scelsa.
That's
Vin Scelsa, right. But it doesn't mean anything down here. But what was his jersey name? Is it as someone the Perth Amboy Kid or something like that?
Did he go on to have a long career? Or
He had a long career on NEW, but he a great storyteller. Bands loved him, but
NEW was the sister station of MMR, basically.
MMR,
New York.
Yeah.
By the way, John's on he's the Philadelphia Music Walk of Fame. You got that, which was really cool. You are also being nominated to be inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame,
where you guys are already. So
that is correct.
hopefully there's a whole Philadelphia.
I hope
That'd
so.
be nice.
You'll be
honored to be next to you.
If the nomination, if the induction doesn't happen this time around, it's an eventuality. You're going to be in. It's going to happen. So
well, when I saw the list, there's 26 people on the list, and I saw 6 people that I would vote for over me. So it's like I don't know if I'm going to make this.
We'll see.
We'll pull for you.
But the final show is day after tomorrow. It's on Friday.
Yeah, it's on Friday.
In honor of that, the Preston and Steve show are taking the day off.
Oh, that's so nice. You know what?
Taking the day off.
You guys have been so supportive. Really, you really have. A day isn't enough. A day isn't enough. Why don't
we'll take some more.
Take 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Take 2 weeks.
All right, we'll do it.
You know what? You know what, Casey?
Yeah.
I love you so much.
Yeah.
Right. Start tomorrow.
All right.
Start tomorrow.
I appreciate that.
Throwing out vacation like that.
But you know what? I, one last thing I do want to mention is that how much we and our sister stations in this cluster we've never played that competition game at all.
No.
It's not even never once entered anyone's mind about that.
No, it hasn't, and that's the way it was. And and the other thing is that it was. Even if you in that competition world, when it was like, radio companies only owned a couple of radio stations and stuff like that, morning people, when you saw other morning people, we're a separate club. We're a separate club from the rest of the disc jockeys because it's a completely different bird, right? Doing morning shows.
It's a familial. Because you're you're living hours that Amish people balk at. So
right.
It's like, no, I get you, and it makes a difference.
And speaking of the group, and I was saying this, I may have said it during the Radiothon, and I might have said it on the air recently. I know I said it somewhere, right? but the great thing about this group of radio stations, MMR, MGK, Ben FM, XTU, The Fanatic, there is no radio station, there is no radio company in this marketplace, right? Whether it's Odyssey or iHeart or anything, no one company and all of the stations they have could compete against the charity work that any one of our stations does.
Absolutely. That's true.
Right?
Absolutely.
And then you put the power of all 5 of these stations together. I mean, the millions of dollars in food, the millions of dollars in clothing, the millions of dollars, and every year after year. You know, we did the turkey drop. You guys do the Phil Abundance camp out. I mean, Andy does all that St. Jude stuff.
Yeah.
And the toy runs, you know, for the kids at Chop. I mean, it's just every station. Kristen does the Adopt a Family thing. Right? Every station does so much. There isn't another radio group in this marketplace who does it. That's why, folks, I advise that call your stockbroker today and tell them you want to buy stock in BBGI.
It's cheap. It's affordable.
Right. Yeah, well, it's affordable. Yeah. We might get over $1 one day.
No, but I think it's the biggest sense of pride of this group.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Yeah, I know. John, we love you.
Thank you so much.
We wish you well, and obviously nothing but the best. And thank you for being a great coworker and friend.
Well, guys, like I said, the biggest thrill. I honestly, I am not stroking you. Knowing that I was doing Pierre's show on Friday, all I kept thinking is, Preston and Steve are going to ask for anything. Because I was on. No, you didn't. I have to listen to this twice in one day.
They can really make you mad.
How many times have you played this song?
Find out what year Life of Brian came in.
Yeah.
Go Monday of that week, and every day for 5 days a week. This came on.
That's great, man. That's great. That's awesome.
And when I was going into the Walk of Fame, all right, Bill contacted what's his face? No.
Idol.
Eric Idle's agent.
Okay.
Explaining, look, you have to understand, all right. Eric Idle has made more money off of me playing this song, right, than he ever did from any of the movies, right? And he asked, would you say something? Would you do that? And they refused. Right? And they refused, right? Because he's so damn busy. Well, you know what? Come Friday, those checks are stopping.
Oh, my God. All right, John, good luck with everything.
Thank you, guys.
John DeBella, ladies and gentlemen, the legend. Final show Friday on MGK. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
And artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself, and years ago, like I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life, and I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that we're in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. It's I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, you know, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. You know, it does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, you know, if they've got similar circumstances. But, you know, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, you know, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you know, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, you know, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but, you know, now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly,
You know what I mean? Like,
that is the right way to think about it. We have, we all have the same doctor. He's kind of the, he's on TV in here in Philadelphia. And he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game. Because, you know, because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, you know, like you say, you're not smoking crack. You know, this is something you're into.
Something that's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. You know, that to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? You know, because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, like, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself.
Yep.
Like, there's really, you know, that this life is given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band, and like to come out and do that with you guys is what is that, the 25th, September 25th?
Correct. Yep.
I'm super pumped about that, you know, and that's, you know, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, you know, this. I'm in the bonus round.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask, so every Tuesday we do a thing, it's called Tattoo Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, I mean, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
I mean, in fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, I mean, it was on 10 years ago. I mean, it's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes.
Right.
But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like they thought
It's
it was
just now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my God,
Josh! I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah.
There's a shop.
Yep.
We have one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is He's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country.
Yep.
So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
Right.
yeah.
That's nice.
The rabbit in the the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you
than
want to know
others.
something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Okay, that makes
and
sense.
the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanction.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro, guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like,
What's
whoa!
that? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see it. Think of a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
And I
they
bet
don't.
they live like a year.
They don't.
Really? Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the
it's
movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he can still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead.
MMR.
B-file time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Purchasing a new cooling and heating system has never been easier with Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing with free estimates and next-day installs, booking in seconds at horizonezbook.com. All right, the Rainier pilot who died in a horror hot air balloon explosion over the weekend detailed how he created the doomed craft in just 15 days.
Hard to believe, huh?
Yeah, in a video that was posted to TikTok before his death. Peter Gregory died after his homemade hot air balloon went up like, quote, tissue paper.
Oh, man.
After a malfunction 900 feet in the air. Wow. The clip shows the process of the aviation enthusiast through the construction of the balloon. And
I cut so many corners.
in the video, he is seen sewing together over 270 panels of tent fabric in a shed. Mr. Gregory was seen replying to commenters posted by unsure users under the clip, trying to ease concerns at the crafts of the craft's safety. He said the lower part of the balloon fabric, one user said, the lower part of the balloon fabric, how do you make sure it doesn't catch fire? And he said that the bottom part of the balloon is made up from Nomex, which is fire retardant, before pointing out that it's made out of the same material as racing drivers, it says. I guess maybe their outfits.
Actual racing
not the actual drivers.
Yeah, we use human skin.
Another user asked Mr. McGregory how he could trust the design process before he replies saying that the design and manufacturing process hasn't changed much in well over 100 years. Witnesses of the accident said the multicolored craft burst into flames.
I'm always leery when they say, I built my own this or that. Anything that has you up high and you built it yourself, I'd be leery of.
Well, and with the submersible recently,
Same thing.
There's a Wikipedia list that I saw posted, which is inventors who were killed by their own invention.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild, and there's a pretty lengthy list of them. So
John Denver died in an airplane he built himself.
he built that. Yeah, exactly. All right, so other stories, a little less intense. A courageous miniature pig named Barbie Q took on a black bear to defend her fellow animals at a Vancouver Island farm on Sunday.
You gotta be freaking kidding me.
The dramatic encounter was captured
Put him up.
by the farm's security cameras
I'll suck you in the kisser.
as the black bear slowly approached Barbie Q. In the footage, the pig patiently waits until she's snout to snout with the bear before charging at it, causing the startled bear to quickly retreat. Meanwhile, other animals on the farm are seen scurrying to hide behind a small hut during the confrontation.
I didn't want to fight in the first place.
The farm owner, Crystal Walls, said that she was vacationing in the U.S. when her house sitter informed her that the animals were acting up. Upon returning to the home, reviewing the security footage, Walls discovered Barbie Q's fearless actions. And she said she was fierce, she didn't back down, and the bear motioned after the encounter for her to relax. Apparently, the bear was like, chill.
Yeah.
It's all right. Just fine. It's okay.
Pigs can be really nasty. I had a friend who he was just walking down the street. He ended up getting attacked by a pig. He ended up, and it was just him.
Really?
Yeah, he ended up, he beat the crap out of the pig.
I just beat the piss out of a pig.
A couple of weeks later, he ended up getting a ticket in the mail for animal cruelty. He was telling me a story. I was like, how did they even know it was you? He goes, the pig must have squealed.
Yeah, hey, that's a dad joke.
May I say,
Yes.
your delivery
was a little more natural?
It was a little more natural that time. I could not tell it was a
You
joke.
didn't smell it?
No, did you?
Oh my God, from a mile away.
I did not.
I knew
thought-
exactly where it was going.
Okay. A man accused of shooting and killing another. This will bring it back down to life, to real life. A man accused of shooting and killing another man inside a movie theater on Sunday night now has been arrested, and police say a dispute over seats escalated to the shooting.
Yeah, I can see this.
The shooting happened at the Century Rio
That's
Theater.
why I never pack heat, because I would shoot someone as well.
Officers responded to the theater where, and they were going to see the movie No Hard Feelings.
Oh, seriously?
Come on.
Police say 17-year-old Enrique Padilla shot and killed 52-year-old Michael Tenario inside of the theater after an argument over reserved seats. Police say Padilla and his girlfriend confronted Tenario and his wife, who were sitting in their seats. They were reserved by Padilla. Staff of the theater tried to help resolve the dispute, but the two couples continue to argue. Padilla is then accused of throwing a popcorn bucket at the older couple.
So the gun wins in that battle, right?
Police say, well, the guy that threw the popcorn had the gun.
Oh.
Police say that the two men stood up and Tenario pushed Padilla back toward a wall. Several shots were fired, striking Tenario. According to Tenario's wife, she said she saw a green laser coming from Padilla prior to the shots being fired, and she also said she believed the laser came from the handgun. Witnesses said Padilla fled the area on foot following the shooting, and they also said his girlfriend got in a physical fight with Tenerio's wife before she ran from the scene.
Delightful couple.
Right? Police say that Padilla was found hiding behind a bush outside of an emergency exit at the theater.
It's a talking bush.
He was wounded and asked by a bystander to call 911 because he had been shot, and he was taken to the hospital, treated for a gunshot wound. He's now facing an open count of murder.
Yes.
Of course. All right, I've never heard of this before. Vampire horseflies. You ever heard of these?
Oh. I've never heard of such a fly.
This is in the UK. Vampire Horseflies of the UK. That's a band name.
That's absolutely.
With temperatures remaining steadily high, a new issue has arrived in the form of hordes of fanged horseflies.
Horseflies are bad enough.
The hot weather and occasional thunderstorms had created the perfect environment for the flying menaces to mate in record numbers. Bites can leave victims with skin infections that require hospital treatments, while in extreme cases, they can send allergy sufferers into anaphylactic shock.
Oh my God.
So do they withdraw larger amounts of blood? What's the vampire application?
It's just their name.
It's their accent, isn't it?
Alice Duvall said, I was in my mom's garden yesterday, and this horrible thing landed on my arm, and the bite was excruciating. Left a huge red blotch, which began swelling straight away. It was a horsefly, and there are loads of them all of a sudden.
You are
in this
under my
weather.
spell.
They're really sneaky, too. I never felt it land on me. I only knew it when it bit me. It didn't buzz or anything like a wasp or bee would. She's right about that. I've had a horsefly. All of a sudden, I feel a stinging on my shoulder. I'm like, dude, I didn't even know it was there.
Their stealth capability is amazing.
Yep.
Little bastards.
All right, we're going to wrap it up right there. That is the end of the Bizarre File. Kathy Romano.
Yes.
I need a number caller for a secret text word, please.
Caller 9.
Great number.
I know.
Let's take the 9th caller at 215-263-WMMR. And if you know the secret text word and we get you through here, we're giving you those tickets to see Dave Matthews Band. Be back in a moment. Lesson, question, trash, music, news are up next.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3.
Is in love with... Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter, Gigi Hadid's daughter, Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Reed, granddaughter.
Breaking news.
She...
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
Well, they heard from an octopus that actually...
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but...
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh, my God.
Will you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh, my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. You got a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds like African greys and so on can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But
They
I didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tour, said Divinity's beautiful coup has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and I've his version along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
yeah. You would not.
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would love to
Elevator
go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No,
no,
they're
Not
related.
even close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted up.
He was doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on,
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog. Personally.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
I
Man,
love it.
what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So There you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, "Hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours." And there's this cross talk that's not. No one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie.
Sex and Candy, or Nick would call them Sex and Dessert.
Yep. And that one's living on.
Marcy Playground. It is what the debate of whether or not candy is a dessert or not.
I'm getting direct messages from people who are adamant on both sides. And I'm like, I'm not gonna care really anymore at this point.
Let's talk about abortion.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you guys want to get into it?
Yeah.
Is that a
let's go to
dessert?
something where there's more of a consensus.
But it was the Daily Rush, and then there was a post on Instagram, and people take dessert as a candy or candy as the dessert very seriously.
Very seriously, yes. Yeah, in fact, if you want to see that Daily Rush video, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. You can go to our YouTube channel as well, and if you want to obviously stream the show live, you can do that on YouTube, or check out our Daily Rush videos at our house there.
They're great.
Yep. All right, so we were looking for a winner. We needed a secret text number caller. We were looking for number 9, and that happens to be Tom. Yo, Tom, good morning.
What's up, everybody?
All right, Tom, we are looking for a word. Do you have it?
Yes, I do. It's shake.
Shake is correct. You are correct, sir. Hang on the line, Tom. We're going to give you a pair of tickets for the second of 2 shows as MMR Rocks Dave Matthews Band, Saturday, July 22nd, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets for both shows, July 21st and 22nd, are on sale now via Ticketmaster. You can text concerts at 39333 for a link to the MMR concert calendar and complete details.
All right, I'm going to listen. I'm going out on a limb here. I might say this song might be the best song that Dave Matthews Band has ever released.
What song is it? I don't even know it.
This song is called "Shake Me Like a Monkey."
All right,
and it was off of Gru Grux, whatever that album
was. Gru Grux King.
And it's the first song on the album, and it's just absolute fire.
Let me crank it up. Well, listen, we also have a random texter winner. It's Tom Vetter.
Hey, Tom.
Tom.
What'd you do?
Tom Vetter is from Drexel Hill, and we are also going to give him
No
tickets
relationship,
to that
right?
show. No, I don't think so.
Is it spelled the same way?
brother won.
Vedder. Yeah, so that's it.
Bro, I heard you won a radio contest. So that's rocking, man.
Way to go, bro.
How's Nick doing?
Pretty good. Thanks, Ed. Miss you.
All right. Congrats, dear friends. All right. We need to do today's lesson question, and we are going to give away as a prize tickets to the Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series Race Sunday. July 23rd at Pocono Raceway. The question I think we got to go with is, where did we first meet listener Margie? What was the event?
It was unique.
Yeah. And Margie was a caller earlier this morning. We had her on. All right. Where did we first meet Margie? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if we know the answer. We'll do the trash right calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. It is brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow. Live every single week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, a Justice Department watchdog determining that a, quote, combination of negligence and misconduct allowed Jeffrey Epstein the chance to take his own life inside his jail cell. In the report, the department claims that Epstein seemed profoundly depressed, according to the two men strangling him.
Oh, my God.
89-year-old, Frankie Valli, 89-year-old, married girlfriend Jackie Jacobs in Las Vegas on Monday night. Valli says the 59-year-old Jacobs has a spring in her step that he feels every time she carries him to the bathroom. And finally, the stars of Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 hit the red carpet in Abu Dhabi, which is interesting. Traditionally, the area has been tricky for the franchise because the people of Dubai don't really care for Mission Impossible, while the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Of course.
Jesus. It never gets old.
Thank you for that. All right, I want to see if we can get an answer to the lesson question. Where did we first meet listener Margie? 215-263.
She was very sweet.
WMMR. And I'm going to go to Carl, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed.
Carl,
good to see you. Morning to see you. All right, Carl, what's the answer?
Margie Palooza.
No. Yeah. It's close, but if somebody actually has it, I know he was listening.
Yeah.
Casey?
I said it after I did say Margie Palooza.
You said Margie Palooza?
I did, but that was after what the answer is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
said.
No,
Yeah.
then we got to give it to him.
Yeah, if you said it.
Yeah, Carl, we're going to give it to you. Hang on, okay?
Oh, word.
All right. I didn't hear you say that. If you said that along with Margie-thon, which was the other one.
That's our
then
thing. We lie, but we correct it quickly.
We got to make sure that we set them up. So we're going to take care of them. Hang on the line, bud.
For our winning music, you didn't hit winning music for our winner. Usually we say.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I'm being bombarded by extra things today.
It's almost like an audio Rorschach test.
Really isn't even extra. This is what we do every day.
That's not what I mean. Like every time I speak, something's being thrown on top of what I'm saying. And again, I felt like that was happening again. So back off!
All right. Back off, poor child.
Back off, poor child. Seriously.
And there it is again. We're going to give him tickets to the Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series race on Sunday, July 23rd at Pocono Raceway. NASCAR weekend at Pocono Raceway is July 21st through the 23rd. Tickets at PoconoRaceway.com. There we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music View on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, we'll start with Mammoth, WVH. They have dropped Take a Bow, the third single from the band's sophomore album, Mammoth 2, which is due out on August 4th. And it's reported that the 10-track album was co-produced by Wolfgang Van Halen and Michael Elvis Baskett.
Shouldn't it just be Mammoth?
I think so.
Right?
Or it should be Wolfgang Van Halen.
Yeah.
It was recorded at, of course, the legendary 5150 studio in L.A. Mammoth WVH performs tonight in Portugal, and they will serve as Metallica's special guest during the North American Summer Run.
The guy's super talented.
Black Sabbath's Paranoid is now available in quadraphonic sound for the first time in nearly 50 years. Rhinos released Alice Cooper's $1 Billion Babies, the Jay Giles Band's Nightmares, and other tales from the Vinyl Jungle and Jefferson Starship's Red Octopus.
Do you know anybody who had a quadraphonic setup when years ago it was gonna?
I didn't even know you needed
replace
one. Stereo. No, I didn't even know you needed one.
It was nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't. Compared to like something like where you would have Dolby or Dolby Atmos setup, where where there's much more separation. It didn't seem that.
I get lost in all that stuff.
Yeah.
I really don't know what's what, to be honest. So, but
it's two extra phonics.
And the people that collect this stuff, that's where they're going to go for it. It says quadraphonic sound or 4.0 surround sound utilizes 4 audio channels connected to 4 speakers positioned at the corners of the listening space. The multi-tracked audio is mixed dimensional, immersing the listeners in an expansive soundscape.
What a crock of crap.
Yeah, so that's what they have available. All right, according to reports, Mick Jagger's 36-year-old longtime girlfriend, ballerina Melanie Hamrick, is pushing for an engagement ring from
you my daughter, my lover.
From the nearly 80-year-old Rolling Stones frontman. The pair have been together since 2014. They share a son, 6-year-old Devereaux. Hamrick has recently been quoted discussing by the Times discussing the pair's official status as saying, "I know that there have been lots of are they engaged or aren't they engaged. I'm not bothered. I'm neither here nor there.
I don't think that's the question being asked when people see him in public.
What do you think it is?
Is that his granddaughter?
Right. Regarding the quip, an unnamed insider said it's effectively a public ultimatum to Mick and a warning that she is sick and tired of his empty promises. She said they said he does adore her and wouldn't change a thing about the way that they live their lives, but she wants the whole 9 yards. Mick is on the fence. That's all she can do at the moment, aside from dropping huge hints.
Wasn't Pacino's girlfriend, the mother of the baby mama?
Yeah.
Wasn't she also involved with Mick Jagger at one point?
Something like
Yeah.
that. Several old guys.
Yeah, there were
And
several.
Is she in her 20s?
She's in her
I thought she was like very
30s.
early 30s.
Yeah.
Okay. God, that's just wild.
Yeah.
All right, and that's it. We're going to wrap up there. That's what I
Play
have
John Denver
in music news. All right, we play some John Denver. We're gonna take a break. We got to wrap up the program. Casey and I have to get going for Hoagie Day.
Yes.
At on Independence Mall and near the Constitution Center. So we have to wrap up the program when we come back. So stay with us. We'll get the Word of the Week prize letter when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man,
what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, "Hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours." And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah.
leading
Okay.
into- so they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great though is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated. Who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the, it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It
that?
feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
Rub one out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know
that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower. People continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the Council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
Yes,
that's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention
You
this.
may
Okay.
go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or a
good, though.
snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the Snookle.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good
treatment or
questions.
whatever, yeah.
Because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what
So
you brought.
They provided.
They
the substance?
provided it
Do you
for you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat of
It was
stuff.
called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snookle, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snookle is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified or to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
They were in town last night.
Yes, they were.
Played last night. We were just talking to somebody, said they did a great show.
A great band.
As you can always expect.
Do you remember when we saw them in a boxing ring?
It's at the Blue Horizon.
It was awesome.
And they played in the ring. And it was that day that I realized what a big Van Halen fan Rivers Cuomo was. Because I think they were, while the band was getting ready to play, they were playing Van Halen 2.
Yeah.
In its entirety. And I was just loving it. I was eating it up. I'm like, God, I haven't heard some of these songs in ages. So, but you got to love Rivers. It is about time to wrap things up. It's 10:45. And I'm going to do a couple of thank yous. I just ate my lunch, so I'm going to burp any moment now. Saving a big one for you, Kath. Oh. But I would like to thank, and there it is. I would like to thank the one and only Mr. John DeBella.
Yeah.
For being on the program today, a radio legend. And he is wrapping up his career on Friday on MGK. That is it. He is done as far as professional broadcasting in Philadelphia goes. And,
he says he's going to devote a lot of his time to getting Kathy Romano upskirts.
Well, he has a love affair.
Apparently, yeah. We did not know
Kathy.
this.
Actually, you know what he is going to be doing? He makes cutting boards.
Man, does he do a good job. He was showing me some of his stuff. It's really good.
His woodworking stuff is very impressive. So maybe he'll find a future in that. We'll see. But it was great having John on this morning. Very, very cool. Jackie Bam Bam is here.
It's a sunshiny day.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I am wonderful. And speaking of wonderful, John DeBella with you guys, amazing. And like you said, what do? Do you hug the guy? Do you say congratulations? Do you kiss him goodbye? He's a legend. What do you? Unbelievable.
Yeah. Have you ever hung out with John? Outside of work or anything?
I wouldn't say we've hung out, but I mean, growing up, delivering the Inquires, I grew up with them. Everyone grew up with the Morning Zoo. And the history of the Morning Zoo, how it came about, that was great.
Yeah.
I never really knew that and all.
You used to deliver the Inquirer?
Yeah, the Inquires and the bulletins.
Were you going out and throwing them door to door or something like that?
I would wrap them
Preston, no one asked him to. He just
double bag them in the rain on my swim bike.
I would have loved to see the picture of you from that time. Had you adopted your rock style at that point, or was it?
Yeah, I still had a ponytail, I guess.
Right.
Once a rocker, always a rocker, Steve.
Totally, man.
Yeah.
All right, how about we get the letter of the day from you?
You got it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter R is in Romano.
All right. And we're going to give away our Word of the Week prize tomorrow.
That was the Casey Boy license face there.
Yes. Jackie makes faces after he gives the letter of the day. We are going to give away the prize tomorrow.
Do it again.
That's a restraining order face. Yes, he looks like this.
We have a pair of tickets to Moulin Rouge, the musical, Friday, July 7th, the Academy of Music and a hotel stay that night at the Bellevue Hotel in Center City. Moulin Rouge, by the way, the musical winner of 10 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. It is a theatrical celebration of truth, beauty, freedom, and above all, love. July 5th through the 23rd at the Academy of Music. Tickets and information at kimmelculturalcampus.org. So what are you doing today, man?
We have the workforce blocks, of course, at noon, and Bill Weston requested a block of John Denver, so we'll continue where you guys left off.
Beautiful.
You'll see me down the hallway with Bill later on. After Sammy Hagar, we have the Killers on the docket today. Bass player Mark Stormer's 46, and for Chucky D'Amico, he's part of the KISS Army. Their dear friend and manager, Bill Aucoin, passed away today back in 2010, so a big block of the hottest band in the land, KISS.
Love it. it. All right. Well, let me thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. Just water, zillions of tiny bubbles and great taste, professionally natural Polar Seltzer. On tomorrow's program, comedian George Wallace.
Nice.
Wallace is great. He's stopping in. And we're also going to have our good friend Chief, what's
Astronomer.
The astronomer.
There
Good
we go.
Lord, I couldn't think of it. Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute is going to join us. We always have a great conversation with him. And like I said, we'll give away that Word of the Week prize tomorrow and see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll do it again tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.